Well, that sucks. My stream the entire time, last hour, did not have my microphone fucking working, so that's great. So glad that that was a thing. Content, live, right here. There we go. Well, here we are. We're building a triquad today. I've already built the frame on stream an hour ago, but my microphone wasn't working, so you know, that's, you know, whatever it is. I restarted the stream, here we are. I've had to basically rebuild this remix. I didn't have to rebuild it. I wanted to. I've been thinking about building a Y4 copter. Just came into my head the other day, and I've been obsessed with building one ever since. So here we are, ripping apart the remix. I figure I was going to use a different frame. I was trying to figure out how to mount two arms, two separate arms, kind of like this in configuration, you know what I mean? Like kind of like that. But I couldn't figure out how to mount the bottom arm. I didn't know like what frame I wanted to use, so I've just gone ahead and destroyed my remix. The remix was because it already had this center back screw that I could use to mount these arms. Then I had to find a way to mount the center from like so that it wouldn't go side to side. So I had to screw a press nut in here under this fucking flap here. There's a press nut under here, and then that screw, that silver screw, goes through to the press nut. There's a little red spacer in there because this arm is gapped for fitting around the 30 by 30 stacks. So there's a little, I don't know, a standoff, little 5mm standoff in there that just fills that gap in there so that it doesn't go side to side. Other than that, oh, and I had to cut the camera cage, the top of it just a little bit so that I could fit these. These are iFlight battle axe arms. The holes, these two holes fit perfectly. I didn't have to do anything, which is weird. iFlight. And then, yeah, so that was it. That's the frame. That's what I'm building off of. Oh, and I had to. I was going to build, like I said, those double arms. Couldn't figure it out. Didn't know how to do it. So I just I was watching Kebab FPV, watching him build his Y6, and he came up with these little motor tabs. And so essentially you just screw that on there, and then it offsets the motor, what's that, like 3/4 of an inch, 5/8 of an inch, so that you get a little bit better efficiency because you got a little overlap, less of an overlap in the front and less of an overlap in the back. That's pretty much that. So I was just deciding whether or not I wanted to use the Mamba. So I just pulled these Hype Train 2207 2650s. They're Vortex motors. I just pulled these off of my old Chameleon, and then this Diatone Mamba, Mamba 2207, is the exact same KV, and it's a little bit shorter, like a little bit. I think it's a few millimeters shorter the post here. So I'm going to use this for the bottom motor, because if I use this, then it is essentially level with the ground, and it's not going to fucking push into the ground at all. So, I was going to mount this to this arm. I could just do a quick recap here, because like everybody just missed out on the past hour. So I'm just deciding whether or not I want to use that Mamba stack. And I have this Transtech Next F7 flight controller that I was going to use. If it works, it's obviously, you know, everything's good on it. So I'm not sure if I want to use this or the Mamba MK2. That flight controller is paired with this iFlight 6X 45 AM. So I'm just trying to debate on whether what I want to use here. Do I stick with the iFlight or do I stick with the thing? I mean, iFlight's already got the battery lead. The other one already has a battery lead too. What do I want to do here? Do I want to use this stack or the Mamba stack? This stack or the Mamba stack? This stack or the Mamba stack? I think this stack. I think this stack is gonna make it look prettier. Pretty, pretty, so pretty. I feel pretty, oh so pretty. I feel pretty, pretty, pretty. I feel pretty, oh so pretty. Okay, does this... this goes on here like so. Does this... go? Guess we could just stick her off the edge here. I used to like put little extensions on them, put them behind the camera and places like that, but this is also a thing here. I wonder if I could do this. Do this right through here. Oh, oh no way. Hang on. It'd be like that. Do I do that? Because if I'm gonna run the battery sideways, like I don't need this camera. This camera cage. What I do need though is a gap behind it. Oh no, I lost a little blue gummy. 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 Yep. Oh, thanks. I found a little blue gummy. Alright. So, what do I do with this here? to have all the room up there for activities, right? Do I do that, fam? Do I do that, chat? Or do I do it this way? I mean, I'm gonna have my side. At the side. Or at the front. The front probably more. Come on. Oh, hot. Oh, hot. That's hot. That's hot, fam. Okay. Hang on. We gotta turn this. This motherfucker turns off. It is getting way too hot. We gotta pull this fucking camera cage off and then trim off the access there. So, camera cage off. Oh yeah? Trim off the access. Trim off the fat, boys. Trim off the fat. Look at that. Fucking mint. Alright, now I got that off. Might as well feed this up through here. And then put this on this. Like that, right? And then this goes in there like so. Like that. So I gotta trim her down to like here. So it's an inch and a half. Inch and a half's got to go. Okay. Let's see if it longest stack. Who's that longest stack? This goes. Oh. I kind of like this better though. You know? I like that flight controller better. Okay, well, spin this back on. Make sure it's warm up to temperature. And yeah, I don't think we're going to use this. I'm just going to hold on to that. It's crazy how strong this frame was actually. Looking back on it, like it looks so weak. Okay, so screw came from. Oh. Okay, that's the back of the frame. Okay, and then these two are just random. These are all motor screws. These are all motor nuts. These are two. I don't know where this one came from. Oh, there's a camera. Screws. Purple nut. Okay. These go on the stack. Ugh, dude, I gotta keep all this organized. I'm fucking running out of space here. Okay. You can see that. Sucker. Solder sucker. Okay, what did I say? 1.5 inches I gotta cut off of these things. This is 1.5 inches. Whoops, noodle. Yeah. Okay. Those are gonna go on here like that. Right? And then, should I just do it like that? Straight to it? Where's this flight controller come out? Where's this battery post come out? No, I can't do that. Got a little bend on her. Gay. So cut off these. Get this fucking thing out of my way. Bro, okay, I tried to cut carbon with this blade this morning, and it dulled it right out. I can't even use it anymore. Oh yeah, this seems way sharper. On the table. Cut off a little more of the negative than I should have, but it is what it is. All right, let's where's my solder? Get the flux. Try not to touch this stuff, kids. It's highly corrosive. Skin. Buddy. Where's my buddy here? Motors. mic at? Oh, I didn't put a fucking cap on there. Damn it. You just fucking do the cap on the bottom, eh? Cap on the top. Sticking it towards the camera. Angle back here. Okay, boys, what's going on here? Why is this thing bouncing around on me? What the fuck? Come on, you fucking bitch. Why are you being like this? Why the fuck are you being like this? Like, do I gotta fucking put you on the table here? I can fucking actually push on you? Oh, it's not heating up enough. Hang on, boys. Gotta do this a little off the table here. boys. Soldered and encapped. There we go. Alright, now this has to go down through here, and then that goes in there. Okay, then wondering if this flight controller goes on there with this wire under there jam like that. Doesn't look like it. Pull this out, go around this way, and then come out this side. Does that work? Yeah, that works. Yeah, see, so what I'm trying to do here is, so this obviously this doesn't go together, and I've got to figure out how to get this flight controller to seat on there without twisting these wires a whole bunch, but I don't want it to go backwards. So the way I had it originally was like that, right? And then I don't want the flight controller facing backwards. Mainly because of the So I don't want the flight controller facing backwards. I want it facing forwards. Only way around that is to twist the wires. Need to make sure they twist right. Sit on there nicely. It's not the greatest, but I mean, keep losing these blue nuts, man. All right. Okay, so this goes on here, like so. Just gonna move it back. Negative, positive, signal, 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 green and yellow. Negative, positive, signal, 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 green, yellow. And then that goes gotta separate these fucking this plug here. Cosmo! serious right now? What the fuck is going on here? It's the same fucking plug. What the fuck is going on here? This plug just doesn't want to plug in. And there's no bent pins, so it should. I don't want to do that. Am I putting it in upside down? I was. Fucking dummy. God, why would you do that? Ground bat is that far side, so ground bat. Oh, brother. Okay, well, now I gotta replace all the pins in this. Because I don't want to use this thick-ass wire. So, start pulling them out. Holy. Okay, so this has to go. And the bottom. And the bottom. So ribs up. Okay. That is. Starts off with ground. So ground is the far side. Ground. Alright, ground. We got one wire. Woo! Alright, next to ground is positive. All right, here we go. We are underway. Let's go white. Come on. Oh, come on. Yo, what? Red? Come on out, Red. Holy moly, bro. There you go. Bro. I can't do this finicky shit. All right. Okay. With that done. Yeah, I don't know how that's from. Okay, so just gonna make sure this is correct before I fucking go plug it in. I'll go ahead and power it up. Ground bat 1, 2, 3, 4 current TX. Ground bat 1, 2, 3, 4. Can read. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Just come off of there, would you? Just come off up here, would you? You sweet little lass. Or if you fucking stuck there, laddie, now. Why are you doing that? I guess let's get this. Alright. Let's see if I did this right. Current TX, ground back, M1234, current TX. The other one, the other plug that I was using, the two of the motor wires were crossed over. I don't know why. Okay. Wait, I want to search up TTF7. Okay, judging by the way this goes, it goes green, yellow. I don't know where the fuck. Oh, here we go. Ground back, 1, 2, 3, 4, current RX. Okay. Okie doke. That means I wired this correctly. Sweet. Oh, that fits together way better. I'm happy with that. Okay, so feed this through here, feed that through there, wire up, bling, bling. And then like that. Go. Okay. So let's some plastic nuts on here. Hold this bad boy down. And the motors. Sorry guys, I just wanted to make sure. Everything is gonna go snug. You know? So, I'm gonna wire this motor. Should I use the orange wire or should I just replace it? Alright. Okay. Yes, sir. Want to fucking far side. Here, this, here, put here, take this. You know? I don't trust this fucking race wire. Huh. Rough it here. Seems silly. Seems silly that I bought such small wire. How does that look? Chat? How's that look? Alright, focus here. Bam. Anyway, yeah. Whoop. 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 Alright. So, before I go ahead and mount this, actually I can mount this to this arm right now. just can't have his arm mounted. That's it. Okay. Now I got that going there like that. And this going there like that. And this go through here like that. And through there like that. And then bam. Buddy, I gotta level up my table here quick. Jesus. Sick of stuff rolling off of it. Okay. Okay. There. Hey Cosmo. Hey Cosmo. Hey Cosmo. Hi, buddy, come here. You wanna say hi? Wanna say hi? Hey, Cosmo. Alright, so actually, I can do this. Watch out. Watch out, you. You're really frazzling me up here. Scissors, arm, I gotta go right here. You go here, this. Okay, so this heat shrink. Actually, put the light already. Come on, yo. How's everything gonna be fucking backwards today? Alright, now take one of these and do the same thing. This. Okay, I need a fucking 5-minute here break here for a second here, right? Good little fucking what's up, Twitch? Okay, I need 4 little tiny screws. Cosmo, stop eating that. I don't like that I just lost that screw. Okay, but it does look like looks like you're gonna go modify this here arm. Yeah, I'll get you guys this.
Investigate what it takes to translate the performance of this quad into this Y6 platform. You can make your predictions whether it worked out or not, but the reason why this is so interesting and the reason why I tested it at all is because the weight of this hex, the all-up weight of this hex is 0.7 grams more than this quad. Before moving forward, let's discuss why anybody would even want to consider anything but the quad configuration for anything in this format, this 5-inch kind of general format. And the answer to that is actually pretty hard to answer because the inspiration from this, for this test, came from only one person, Justin Skinner. And if you know Justin Skinner, you know that he has so much fun with quads. I'm so envious of him because he gets to chase super trucks, rally cars, and just dirt racing vehicles with just regular 7-inch FPV equipment. And the reason why that's important to point out is that if you're on like a movie set or if you're doing something that's directed, you're running a cinema craft, you're directed to do something very specific, you're waiting several hours between shoots to do any flying, and it's stressful as well as just time consuming and honestly very boring. Justin Skinner literally cannot keep up with the cars, like literally. They're going over 100 miles per hour and the craft that he's running cannot maintain a rate of speed high enough to keep up with these cars. And that's where the inspiration for even trying something other than a quad came from, and that's why I landed on this Y6 format. So he's having so much fun because he's using just regular FPV equipment and he's running non-stop, and he also doesn't care if he smashes his quad, he just picks up the next one. And the people that are racing, the actual show doesn't care either because they just want the footage.
All right, enough that.
So the Y6 format is definitely not a new format, obviously. Actually, Catalyst Machine Works, so interesting that they started experimenting with the Y6 format around the same time that I started kind of designing and experimenting with it as well. It just took me forever to get it out the door because I'm so busy these days.
Yeah, I just had to go.
And the Y6 format is very interesting. We'll talk about that as well. But before that, I'll point out, maybe I'll point out, maybe you guys already noticed that there's like a lot of new stuff. These motors are 2305 motors. They're the 23mm tall motors. The motors on here are the 2506 motors. This quad is the best performing quad that I have been able to muster, best performing motors and props and everything that I've been able to put together. And this is what I'm calling my prototype quad. This is the performance that I'm trying to translate into this quad and try and improve a couple of aspects, namely speed, specifically rate of speed. So let's actually take a look at the numbers of these two crafts and see, and we'll see if it works out. Alright, so we already said that the quad weighs only 0.7 grams less than the Hex, which is incredible on its own, but at the same time, it kind of makes sense if you think about it. The Hex has, or the Y6, has one less arm, and the weight of the frame is like 80-something grams, whereas the quad frame weighs about 109, 110 grams. So right there, you get some weight savings. Additionally, the quad is using 2506.2 motors. That's the size of our 25mm Imperial motors. The Hex, however, is using a different one of our motors. It's a 2305 motor, It is called the 23mm tall motor. We also have a short version, the 2303, which is the Cinewhoop motor, as well as a 16 and a 13 and a 1S. We have like the whole line of motors, really interesting prop shafts. Go take a look at that if you like. We'll talk about that in future videos. But the Hex is using slightly smaller motors, and we went with the 2305s for a reason which you'll see in a minute as well. So moving on to the next metric, which I think is the most interesting metric. The way I gauge performance lately when I build crafts is by by looking at the ratio of stator volume per blade. So if you look at this ratio of stator volume per blade, the 2305Y6 has 2.4% more stator volume per blade than the quad. However, there are 6 motors, so you have more bearings, more shaft, and the end result is that you probably have a little bit less stator per blade, and this is only if you're running twin blades on all motors on the Hex. And as you can see in this video, the pictures, I'm not running that. I'll talk about that in a minute as well. But the next metric that I want to point out is the magnet surface area. So the magnet surface area of the 2305 Hex is 21% more than the quad. Now, there's always a debate whether taller or shorter, fatter motors are better for whatever purpose, and this is very much like that as well. You're getting a lot more magnet height, a lot more magnet period, a lot more surface area of magnet compared to the quad. So that is where, when I look at these calculations, that's where I thought, okay, well, that means that I should be able to maintain higher RPM, higher speeds, and it's going to be beneficial to me. And because I have 6, I'm not going to lose control. We'll get to that a little bit later on. Another thing I want to point out is that had we gone with the 2303 motor instead of the 2305, we would have had 39, almost 39% less stator volume per blade on a twin blade setup, all twin blades, and 27% less magnet. So those 2 millimeters make a really huge difference when multiplied across 6 motors. And on top of this, I also want to point out, maybe it's already getting confusing, but I'll just throw this in real quick. If you're running tri-blades all the way across, we actually have 32% less stator volume per blade on the Hex compared to the quad, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on too. So the next set of numbers, the next metric is the coaxial setup. And the coaxial setup does have an efficiency loss. I looked through a bunch of papers and I calculated this to be about 21%, just rough estimation math. I do gain a little bit of benefit because of the specific arm setup, as in the way the motors are mounted. They do have an offset, and that does help a little bit, not a lot of it, just a very little bit. I added just 1% of improvement there. So you are getting a 20-21-ish% loss of efficiency. However, we are running in a straight line, as in we're running forward, we're flying forward. So there's a lot of air washing over this craft, and I think in actual movement, moving air, the actual losses will be reduced because it's moving. And these calculations that I've been looking at, these papers, are all kind of in a static situation, static environment. When things are dynamic, things change quite a bit. And then when you take a look at the disk area, if you just go by straight disk area math, you get 50% more disk area on the Hex. Obviously, you have 2 more motors, so 50% more disk area. However, again, we have these losses as a result of the coaxial setup. So adding in those losses, again, super rough math. None of this is correct, just off the cuff, back of a napkin math. I calculated about 18.5% disk area improvement. And why that matters is because having larger disk area typically gives you more control surface to work with, and it gives you a craft that's going to have more stability and more ability to control itself. In addition, this is where it really gets in the weeds, and I just kept extrapolating these numbers further and further before I even bothered putting this craft together. If you take a look at the imbalance of thrust to weight distribution, on a quad, you kind of have more weight in the front because you have the GoPro and the battery and everything on top. And then you also have these losses as a result of dirty air washing over the front blades and getting to the rear blades. So as a result of all that kind of math that I kind of fudged over, I get about a 19-20% imbalance of thrust on a quad, meaning you kind of want to have 20% more thrust in the front compared to the back. That's not necessarily true with acrobatic movements and whatnot, but if you had a well-balanced craft, that everything was correct and the center of gravity was nice and tight, you shouldn't have this imbalance. Looking at a Y6, this imbalance does improve, but not by a whole lot. You still have too much weight in front, and you got one tiny little set of motors in the back trying to stabilize everything. When looking at the flight performance here, and the way I actually kind of put this all together in my head, was that number one, I have a lot more magnet surface area, so I should be able to maintain higher rate of speed. Number two, I have more disk area. No matter how you cut it, you got more disk area. It might not be ideal because it's not like a flat hex, it's a coaxial hex. You still have more disk area overall, so you should have more control of the air, and you should have excellent altitude control and throttle control, because the ratio of stator volume to per blade is also very good. So we should see about the same amp draw as well, because the overall stator volume of all the motors together is only 2.4% more, and in reality it's actually less than that, because you have extra shaft, extra bearing, and so the overall resulting craft should be able to move at a higher rate of speed more consistently, give you at least the same efficiency using the exact same battery, have improved control because you have more spinning things. It's the easiest way I can put it. You got more spinny things, more things to control, and more disk area. And so now let's take a look at if this actually worked out. All right, so before I actually flew at FPV, I did a couple of line of sight flights, and I found out a couple things that are super interesting right off the bat. First of all, running twin blades all the way around, not so good. I'm running some prototype GemFan 5126 twin blade, which is a relatively shallow pitch, but the quad is also running a 5226 tri-blade, which is our specific tri-blade designed for the motor, and it should be comparable. I mean, you got all the same number of blades, and you have a very similar pitch, and I actually think the twin blades are actually 5.2, not 5.1 inches, so you have pretty much the same blade and the same number of blades, and you have the same motor volume per blade, and it totally sucks. It is not good. So next step, I took them off and I put on tri-blades, all tri-blade. I jumped straight to the F4. I didn't even bother with the F3 blade, and it wasn't that good either. The trouble with coaxial setups is that it feels like you're stuck in second gear. Like the quad just doesn't want to move. Like it's just stuck, and it doesn't want to go forward. And I felt that before, not only with coaxial setups, but also with flat setups where you have more blades and a flat overall craft. It just feels stuck, like it just doesn't want to move. And so I experimented with these twins and tri-blades, and I came up with this surprising combination of putting twin blades on top and tri-blades on bottom. Happened to work out surprisingly well, and this shouldn't really work, because if you think about it, the top and bottom set of motors are not independent of one another. If you have an Octo, an X8 setup, the top blades can spin completely separately from the bottom set of blades, as in you can lose all four of your bottom blades and you can still fly the craft fine. When you have a hex, you always have the top set of blades tied to the bottom set, because they have to match RPM or the craft is going to start yawing all over the place. So with that in mind, I didn't understand why this worked out, but hey, it worked out, so whatever, I'm going to go with that. So this was genuinely the first FPV flight, and it totally sucked. Like, this craft would not fly right
Here we are.
to save its life. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that I'm running Betaflight. I really dislike the more recent builds of Betaflight. They are very fiddly, and they require your filters and everything to be really, really tuned well to get a craft that flies really well. Unfortunately, we don't yet have an EMU target for this flight controller, but whatever, I can make do with Betaflight. So after a bunch of tuning, a bunch of testing, slapping a bunch of grease everywhere, dealing with stuff, I finally got a craft. It actually didn't take a whole lot of time. I didn't tune any PIDs or anything. I just like fiddled with the D, changed the filters a bit, and I just added a little bit of damping grease, and it was flying fine. So the first flight I was unenthusiastic about, flew fine, but nothing special, and it's really tough to compare crafts in the air when they're not flying right, because everything kind of flies fine when it's not flying right. But when you make it fly right, then you can actually unlock the performance of the craft. And so this is the flight performance I got after a little bit of fiddling with stuff. Right off the bat, this was impressive. I was surprised. I honestly thought that this was going to fail. I thought this video was a total waste of time, and I thought that this would not work out, because I have flown a number of multi-rotor, like more than quad crafts, and they all have sort of similar flight characteristics. They feel kind of stiff in the air. They feel kind of like they don't want to move because they're stuck in second gear, and they have these annoying issues that it was just tough to deal with. And so I always went back to a quad. The flight performance improvements that I am looking for here, number one, improved straight line speed and maintainable straight line speed. Number two, improved control. It actually did work out, and the differences between the Hex and the quad are that you have improved altitude control, definitely improved maintainable speed. Maybe, I don't know about top speed, but maintainable speed for sure. Surprisingly improved efficiency. I mean, I'm getting an extra 40 plus seconds of flight time on the same exact battery, moving at similar speeds as the quad. Where it kind of falls flat. Oh, also you have improved control as well. The craft just feels more solid in the air. It feels more locked in the air as you're flying around, which is a great thing. It's a really good feeling. It just has just a more firm feeling in the air, especially if you're trying to film something. It's really nice to have that stability. And if you're kind of trailing a car or something and you're in dirty air, having more blades is going to give you the ability to control that dirty air a little bit better. But here's where it kind of gets stuck. If you're trying to kind of fling yourself or throw the quad or something, this thing does not soar through the air. I thought that having one less arm is going to make it more aerodynamic. That is definitely not the truth. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. My guess is that just having more blades in the air, because I'm not running twins all the way around. I'm running the F4 blade, tri-blades on the bottom, and the twin blades on top. Having that situation going on is, I don't know, maybe causing more drag when you have the motors not spinning? Not sure. Whatever it is, this craft definitely does not slice through the air when you are trying to fling it. After flying the Hex for one or two flights, I moved back to the quad, and I was immediately shocked at how poorly the quad flew compared to the Hex. Now, poor isn't the right word, but I couldn't believe that there was genuinely a big difference between the two crafts, which, as I pointed out, is really hard to do, because for the most part, everything kind of flies similarly if it has similar performance, similar power, similar disc loading, and these two crafts are not drastically different. I mean, yeah, sure, it's got two more extra motors and blades, but it's not like night and day. It's not like a plane versus a quad. But in this situation, I mean, right out the gate, I struggled with the throttle control of the quad, as in the altitude control of the quad. It was more difficult to maintain speed on the quad, and it actually took me a whole pack to kind of reacclimate to the quad, and then the next pack actually worked out a lot better on the quad. The benefits that the quad has over the Hex is that you have more freedom of movement in the air. The craft just feels looser in the air without losing that feeling of control. As in, the Hex has more control feel, as in you're more fixed in the air. Your angle is more solid in the air. but you can't move the craft as cleanly and as easily as the quad. When you roll on a quad, that thing just goes crazy on you. But on anything that has more than 4 rotors, or even if you have less than 4 rotors, then you can even move even better, because I know that tricopters have much easier freedom of movement than quads. So I was really shocked to see that with the same battery, same everything, the quad is, number one, drawing more power. I am at the battery red line more often. Flight time is significantly less on the quad, and the performance, while I can fling the quad, it does soar further, and you can probably get up to a higher top speed, which I'm pretty confident you can get a higher top speed. Like, compared to just how much faster I'm moving on the ground, I can definitely see just in the camera angle that I can get to a higher max speed, but it is more difficult to maintain a high rate of speed. Now, the difference is it's not huge, but the fact that you get more efficiency on the hex moving at that high rate of speed is what makes the difference. So this was super interesting to test. I am really surprised that I was actually able to translate this performance and get the improvements that I was looking for. Maybe not 100% improvement, maybe just a little bit of improvement, but that little bit might multiply when you get into the larger prop sizes. The margins might get larger. So after this test, and after really doing quite a bit of work and trying to figure all this stuff out, I'm going to move into the 7.5-inch range, actually, for Justin Skinner and see where we can get. It's just more complicated to run. I personally wouldn't use it unless I'm doing a very specific shoot where I need kind of like a small, tight craft and something that's going to give me high rate of speed more consistently with improved efficiency. If it's really on the margin there, then I might pull out the hex, but for the most part, I'm not really convinced that, I wouldn't recommend people just run a Y6 over a quad on a regular basis. I'm still going to run the quad as my normal craft. It is kind of annoying that I can't maintain that high rate of speed on the quad, because I do enjoy flying very fast consistently. And so the hex is really fun to fly because you have really phenomenal altitude control at speed and control overall. It really flies nicely compared to the quad, but it's just too complicated to run. So I wouldn't recommend it. Let me know if you think that kind of sentiment is accurate and matches what your sentiment is as well. I forgot my M2 screwdriver to be able to take off this bottom plate, but you can pretty much see what's going on in there, and I have a picture that I'm going to put up as well. The flight controller and stack that's in here is specifically designed, kind of sketched out by FPV Cycle and given to a couple of manufacturers to actually manufacture. And unfortunately, what happened was the prices of all manufacturing went up so much that we got stuck not being able to carry some of the other companies' products. And so we have this one. It does accept 8 motors, and that is the main reason why it's so useful in this particular situation and for larger situations. This is the first of many, many flight controllers that we've already pre-designed. We just can't manufacture because it's so darn expensive to manufacture these things right now. So everything's kind of on hold there. But with respect to this craft, what I've done here is that I'm just using one stack in the front here. And then I just ran a 20 by 20 board back here, which clearly I forgot to even screw down. And I've just wired the appropriate wires into the flight controller, and there are 2 ESCs on this board that aren't even being used. They're only used for these back rotors. And overall, the frame of the quad, as you can tell, is very much along the lines of this kind of new style of craft, or not really new, but I'll talk about that in a future video. But this style of arm mounting that I've devised, and it works out really good for vibrations and really good for just management of the whole frame, because it scales up really, really well. As in, when you scale it up to 6, 7, 8 inches, you really don't add a whole lot of weight and you gain a whole lot of rigidity. So that's why the frame looks the way it does. If you want to try this new quad frame, it's using this very unique kind of arm setup where each arm is made of 2 spars, and this is to improve with the twist motion of vibrations on the craft. In general, it's supposed to help with vibrations, and we've been working a lot on the actual carbon inside the arm as well, trying to come up with a very specific layup to work really well with this kind of this A-shaped structure, which has two separate struts. And this frame is actually available in the store already. It's just for testing. It is not widespread at all. It is finicky to put together. I would urge you to please read the entire description before buying it. And that's it. Thanks for watching. Thank you so much for sticking with me through all this time when I've been just missing from everything. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to come back. This is kind of the first hobbled together video that I've put together just to come back. I have so many things that are just backlogged. So thank you for watching. Floss your teeth. I hope you guys have been flossing your teeth, as I have been reminding you. Please floss your teeth. Extremely important. Take care. Bye.
All right.
Seems like putting squirrels on a YouTube channel gets a whole lot of views, so I'm gonna record this squirrel for a bit right here. Hey. Do you know Gus? We've got 3 new props from GemFan, and they're all in the 5-inch category, which is kind of saturated, and that's kind of why I stopped doing prop videos in general. We had a whole bunch of really bad props from way back when, but then they got pretty decent, and it became more about preference and the quad setup and what you were going for than anything else. Because the overall setup of the quad is more important than the prop itself, I'm going to do this video a little bit differently. First, I'm going to go over the actual GoPro and how I set up my GoPro and how I use it. Then I'll go over the quad itself and my specific kind of setup. And then I'll go over where the props kind of fit in the spectrum of props so that you can place them before we talk about the actual flight performance of the quad with the props on it. Let's talk about the payload real quick, which is our HD camera. There's a table of contents in the description below. You can skip this section if you want, but I'm going to go over it real fast. So I choose to use a Hero 8, and I'm specifically flying my quad to record video almost all the time. You can fly for fun, but that's a different use case. This specific use case, I'm carrying a GoPro Hero 8. I choose the 8 over the 9 because it's a little bit smaller. It just fits on the quad a little bit easier. It's a little bit lighter, and the quality bump from the 8 to the 9 is not so significant. And the jobs that I'm doing are pretty much just influencers, real estate, various YouTube channels, nothing really significant. So the quality for them is more than enough. I haven't had a single client that was upset about the quality that they got, so I'm totally fine with that. But more important than the actual camera itself is how you set it up to get the footage that you want. So my specific style of footage is that I choose to use the highest quality, highest resolution that the camera has with 30 frames per second. I don't really shoot in 60 or above. I mean, I would love to, but the cameras just aren't quite as capable. So I stick to the highest resolution at 30, and I specifically set my shutter speed to 1/120 max. And that gives me a little bit of motion blur with the 30 frames per second, which looks really nice. And almost all content is at 30 or lower frame per second. So that's where I'm sticking to for now until I have a camera that can do a little bit better. But more important than the actual shutter speed, which is very important, is the ND filter that I put in front of the lens to help with any vibration that can cause jello, and also to shade out the light, because these cameras don't have active apertures, so they can't stop down the light. They need something to block out the light, and when you've locked the shutter speed to a maximum, it doesn't have its full dynamic range. So I allow it to go up and down the ISO range all at once, but I've pretty much cut the overall dynamic range in half or even less because I can't let it go way high in the shutter speed. But I don't want it to go super high because then it starts looking like a flip book. Now, taking a look at the quad, this is my number 2 quad. This is my backup quad when I go to film. And thankfully, knock on wood, I've never had to use my backup quad, which is a blessing and also what I strive for, which is reliability and just low stress when I go to do anything. Unless the director wants me to put my quad in a sketchy situation, which they've done multiple times, in which case I tell them, you might only have 2 shots at this, but I'm happy to do it. I don't really care if I break the quad. I just want the camera back. Nothing else really matters to me. So looking at the quad itself, this quad is specifically designed for filming with a GoPro or similar.
with no props in view at about 20-degree camera tilt. And when I am recording or filming, I'm almost always at 20 degrees. When I'm flying for fun or these sorts of videos, my camera is usually around 25, 27 degrees. I put some little standoffs in the front just to bump it up a bit because I usually like flying a little bit quicker. On some jobs that I'm chasing, like motorcycles and things that are going super fast, I need the extra speed, so I go with more tilt on the camera as well. It is running EMU flight because it just works. The capacitor on the side, I do my cleanup in the design and not in the actual build. I kind of throw things together and make sure everything works really well. I don't pay attention to how cosmetically nice it is. But looking at the rest of the quad, this is a 5-inch quad. It does fit 5.25-inch props specifically on purpose. One of the props I'm going to talk about is 5.21 inches. And the quad itself is not light. It's designed to be about 720 to 730 grams all up weight with the GoPro, the TPU case, everything all up weight. And that includes a 1250 or 1400 milliamp 6S battery. This is only 6S. I only run 6S on my full 5-inch quads. Before talking about where these props fall in the spectrum of props, I want to say that I jumped on the GemFan bandwagon when they came out with the 51466 because that prop was unusually fast and efficient, which are two things that kind of don't go hand in hand. And it also felt really nice to fly. It had good grip, had good control. But then when they came out with the 51433, which is kind of what I'm going to base all these comparisons on, that prop quickly became my go-to prop because the lower pitch worked really well with the higher kV, higher RPM motors that we had already shifted to. The higher RPMs just tend to give us more throttle control and more feel when we're flying. It just seems to work out better to have lower pitch with higher RPMs. And a lot of the props have kind of gone that way over time as well. So the new props are the F3 and the F4, as well as the one that I personally worked on, which is the 5.21-inch prop. Adding or removing even 1 millimeter off the end of a blade makes a really significant difference in the flight performance. It makes a difference in the speed, the response, and the efficiency of the prop. Like all of those are affected by just 1 millimeter adding and subtracting from the end of the prop. These days, we've kind of settled on 5.1 inches as our kind of go-to 5-inch prop, but really the most useful range of blades is around 4.75 to around 5.25 inches. Once you go below 4.75, it starts feeling more like a 4-inch prop. Once you go past 5.25 inches, it starts feeling a lot more like a 6-inch prop. So that's kind of the spectrum that really feels the best, at least to me, in terms of response and all the features that 5 inches really where it's at. This is my personal preference. So if you think 6 or 7 inch flies better, that's totally fine. That's your preference. So when we're looking at these blades, the things that matter are the blade diameter, the blade weight, and the blade pitch. And of course, the airfoil and everything else matters as well, but those are kind of the three things that we can actually look at and actually tell what the prop might be for. So the F3 and the F4, which I'm not really a fan of the naming scheme because they kind of just ripped off the naming scheme from HQ, but I guess it's a generic naming scheme, so it doesn't really matter. These props are directly targeted at competing with the S3 and the S4. The F3 is about 3.4, 3.5 grams, and it's a 3-pitch. And it's 5.078 inches, I believe, 129 millimeters, and that's what they call 5.1 inches. Or actually, I guess they compete with the P3 and the P4, or the 5.1-inch HQ variant. This blade is supposed to be very high response. Not as much speed, but very high response. The F4 is supposed to be more powerful and faster, but also still high response. It weighs about 1/10 of a gram more, maybe a little bit less than 1/10 of a gram more, but more importantly, because the pitch is steeper, it's going to have more aerodynamic drag, and so it's not going to be quite as high response as the F3. The 5.21-inch prop, we're actually going to call the I love you prop because 5.21 loosely translates to I love you in Chinese languages, which is just funny, so we're going to call it the I love you prop. This prop is specifically, it has a 2.6 pitch, and it's specifically designed for higher cruising speeds and higher efficiency, and it definitely does that. So that just slight extra prop blade gives you pretty notably higher cruising speed and pretty notably higher efficiency, especially with the lower 2.6-inch 2.6 pitch, because you're kind of trading the high pitch for more prop length, which you don't really get all of the response. It's still lower response because prop length gives you more aerodynamic drag than just a little bit lower, a little bit higher pitch. But overall, it's a pretty balanced prop. We'll talk about it a little bit more when I'm flying it. So this is the I Love You prop, 5.21 inches. This prop, we've gone through several props to arrive at this specific pitch and specific length prop. The goal of this prop is higher cruising speed. Personally, for me, I want these higher speeds and higher efficiencies because sometimes I'm chasing subjects that are on motorcycles or something and they're cruising pretty quick and I need to keep up with them, and it's just annoying to have to trade batteries out every 4 minutes, 5 minutes. It's just frustrating. So if I can get more flight time, or if I'm just hovering around waiting for something to start, it just is easier to have more flight time and have this higher efficiency of the blade. But at the same time, longer blades tend to give you higher cruising speeds, and in this case, higher top speeds as well. So this is really nice for filming and for just general flying because I like flying fast, so I want that high speed. And in addition, the 2.6 pitch was aimed at trying to manage the loss of response. So this prop is the least responsive prop of the bunch, and it's definitely just less responsive than the F3 and the F4, unfortunately, but it's not quite as unresponsive as it could be because the lower pitch does reduce the aerodynamic drag. However, the higher weight, even just tenths of a gram higher weight, is going to make a difference, and you do feel a little bit loss of response. But maybe that's not quite important to you, or maybe you don't notice the response in general. Give it a shot. You might like the speed, and in general, that's what it's intended for. It's intended for higher cruising speed and higher efficiencies, and it definitely nails that, and it does that very, very well, as you can see here.
20 racks a table cut from ebony. Cut that ivory in a skinny piece. Hey, hey, it's my face, yeah, I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking mommy, I don't see the shade. Switch on my style, I'll take any lane. Switch on my cup, I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a star boy. Look what you done. Oh, the way you done. I'm a star boy.
So now moving to the F3 blade, it was a pretty surprising change in performance. I wasn't expecting quite this much of a change in performance, but yeah, it's definitely a lot more responsive, it's definitely a lot slower, and it's definitely less efficient. So the quad that I'm flying is like 725 grams. It's kind of hefty for such a small little blade, and the motors that I'm using are specifically designed to give me maximum throttle feel, throttle control, and that's probably what most people are noticing when I'm flying very low to the ground, is that it's surprising how much control there is. It's the motors. I'm not as great of a pilot as anybody thinks. The motors are doing most of the work. They're making it really easy to control the altitude, and the props in general, Gemfan's airfoil science is great, so they have good throttle control overall. The goal of this prop, like I said, is really just response without a whole lot of loss of speed and efficiency. You definitely are trading some speed, more than some speed, quite a bit of speed and efficiency for that response. And in this case, with a quad that's 720 something grams,
which is motor 1
it's
and which is motor 2.
not quite enough power, in my
3,
opinion,
right?
to pull out of dives comfortably.
Which
like
is
I'm
motor
kind
1
of
and which is
second
motor
guessing myself
3.
a little bit pulling out of dives because I just don't have the power to keep the quad up. And so this is a good prop if you just keep that in mind and you accustom yourself to not having that power. If you're flying a quad that's 700 something grams, I think if your quad is around 600 grams, this prop is awesome, and it's pretty much the only prop I would recommend for a 600 gram quad, because, or 580, 600 gram quad, because you want that high response. So you might as well get that high response, because why else are you flying a light quad? It's to have that super high response, super good flight feel, and this prop is definitely going to give it to you.
Motor 1 is top. Top. 3 is the bottom. 3 are the motor. Start. Okay. I guess 1 and 3 can be fucking backwards.
Swapping from the F3 to the F4 blade felt a lot closer to the 521 blade that I had. The speed on this prop is comparable to the 5.21 blade, but both the F3 and the F4 at the top end, they ring out. This quad, again, is not light. It's 725-ish grams. The motors are 1870 kV. It's running 6S. There's a lot of power in this thing. It's got the ability to ring those props out, and they definitely ring out at maximum RPM. If the quad was lighter, if it dropped like 50 grams, I probably wouldn't get that ringing out of the prop. In the case of this prop, the speed is definitely there, and the power to pull out of dives is also there, but it's a little bit different than the 5.21-inch prop because of the larger diameter. So while the quad has plenty of power, you can pull out of dives, you can do all that stuff great. Something about having more disc area just gives you more ability to pull out of dives. Not something about it's pretty obvious. You just have more disc area. You have more control surface to work with, more spinning surface. So it's going to be easier to compensate for the overall load that's coming down on the props, and they have to deal with. Having the 5.21-inch props, it definitely gives you the ability to pull out of dives easier. It definitely gives you kind of this like feeling of being able to waft out of things with ease, while having a 5.1 or 5.079-inch prop, even with high pitch, doesn't quite give you that same kind of feeling. But in this case, this prop is super fast, super powerful, not quite as responsive as the F3, a little bit more responsive than the 521 prop, and it also feels nice. If you're running a quad in the 680 to 710 gram weight class, I think this prop is perfect for that. Maybe a lower weight, of course. You can run it on a 580 gram quad, but it's probably going to be super fast, and sometimes you don't want all that speed, but it depends on the KB you're running and how your quad is set up. Again, all the setup of the quad matters, usually more than the prop itself.
Hold the phone here. Why am I trying to go in this quickly?
So now looking at all the props together, it's pretty easy to tell them apart. You need to try them on your quad, however, because I'm trying them on specifically a 700 and something gram quad. If you're running a lighter quad, you're going to want the lower pitch blades, the higher response blades, because that's really why you're running the lighter quad. You might as well have the best performance you can, and speed is usually high enough. You just give it more KV and you're going to get more speed, so that's fine. But if you're running a quad that's a little bit heavier, the F4 blade is going to be a better choice for you, because it is really annoying, or maybe even unsafe, to not have the power to stop the quad when you absolutely need to. And it's just concerning trying to pull out of dives and not having the power there when you need it. So I would say the threshold point for the F3 blade is really going to be like 675, 680 grams. Beyond that, you're really probably going to prefer the F4 blade. However, you can go for the F3 blade if you want the really super high response, because you can fly really smoothly with that super high response, which is really, really nice. Now, the 5.21 blade, that prop is really just designed for higher speed and higher efficiency, higher cruising speed and higher efficiency, and it definitely nails that, specifically for the higher weight quads that we're flying today, because that was the whole point, is that our quads weigh so much that we just need a little bit more disc area to carry all that weight. And so when you run the 5.21-inch prop on a quad that's 730 to 750 grams, the overall flight control like being able to pull out of dives and the overall ability to stop yourself and all that stuff, it feels similar to a 580, 600 gram quad with the F3 prop, which was the whole point. But you do lose a little bit of the response because of the larger blade. And even going to a bigger motor, which is what we've got now, a huge motor, you still don't quite get that response back. However, with the giant motors that we have now, which around 2506, it's not 2506, but it's also 1870 kV with 6S. It's a really powerful motor. The F3 blade on these big motors that have super power feels phenomenal, but you're going to lose more response on a smaller motor going to a heavier load prop. So I personally would prefer to stick to the lower pitch, lighter props. And if you're running a quad that's beyond 650 grams, you just need a bigger motor. 2306 and 2207, in my preference, my personal opinion, is just too small. There just isn't enough power. There isn't enough control. I need more. I just need more. So that's why I moved to the larger motors and designed this new motor and new stator to do what I wanted to do. And I hope this video was really helpful for you. And thanks for watching. Floss your teeth. Bye-bye.
Come on. Oop. There we go. Clicks into that.
I did not expect that last video to be as popular as it was. Thank you.
Right.
I'm really happy that people are as interested in that kind of stuff as I am. The next video I think is going to be super interesting because I'm working with somebody from the community and we're tweaking some things. The Boxer radio, I've been having these magnets, but this video is about something very different. It is about the donut prop. And this is the donut prop from Foxeer. Thank you so much to Foxeer for making this propeller. It is the first propeller of this design, and if you're unaware, I'm going to give you a real quick synopsis. This propeller design, it was popularized. Didn't come from MIT, it was popularized by MIT in a paper that they presented, in my opinion, far too prematurely, and they overhyped the potential benefits in a manner that is to the level of snake oil. And in my opinion, I think that it was very poorly done, and it doesn't stand for what MIT actually stands for. There's actually a lot of knowledge, information, and research coming out of MIT, so such a fantastic source of everything. I very much appreciate that they presented this because it really invigorated the industry and just people's interest in props and overall designs and just everything. So thank you so much, but I wish it wasn't presented in such a manner that it caused such a ridiculous amount of hype. This blade, this design, it actually does not share a whole lot in common with that design that MIT presented. A lot of people have printed all sorts of shapes and circles and whatevers, and primarily in the circle shape, not the oval shape that they made. I think it's because it's just more difficult to design, but people have had varying levels of success with the circular design and various printed props. I don't really care for printed props because they never fly anything close to the real thing that's made of plastic and the correct amount of material with the correct weight and all the correct designs, so I didn't even bother with it. However, I did discuss the design with prop manufacturers, and we all kind of got together and talked about it a whole lot. We all kind of had similar ideas. We're flying performance crafts. We're not flying like slow planes. Maybe on a plane, this sort of a shape might work out better, but like the circular shape might work better because it's like always in forward motion. The propeller is, square to the direction of travel. But for our purposes, it doesn't really work out that great. That's why the propeller that you're looking at doesn't look like the propeller that MIT originally showed, and it doesn't really share a whole lot in common. The only thing it really does share in common is this concept of connecting the blade tips such that it shares a vortex trail coming off the blade tip. When you look at a propeller, as it spins, air flows down its blade, washes out from the blade, and then you get a vortex coming off the blade tip, which is very draggy, causes a lot of drag, makes it much more difficult for the blade to spin through the air. If we can get rid of that vortex, we can manage it in many ways. But if we could just get rid of it, or at least cut it in half by sharing it with another blade tip, we could potentially see some significant gains from just getting that kind of convenience of sharing the load. And that's the kind of concept and idea behind this blade, and that's the only thing that is remotely shared with the MIT design. Otherwise, I would not call this a tutorial prop, because they're like, look at the blade tip. Like, look at that. There's no propeller to it. There's no shape to it. It's just a connection between the blade ends. And I have some really interesting thoughts about it, but I'll tell you that at the end when I tell you about the kind of progression of where this blade might go. So first and foremost, let's talk about the noise, because everybody is so interested in the noise, which I think is the most insignificant. On the noise front, I would say that it is not quieter. However, it does have a different noise profile. It has a broader noise profile. It might be perceived as more pleasant of a noise to hear than a tri-blade, because it doesn't have that high pitch just zing to it. Otherwise, it's the same amount of noise, and it doesn't really matter at all. Now that we're past that, I will say that everybody that has a 5-inch quad should pick up at least 2 sets of these blades. And I say 2 sets of these blades because the durability is zilch. It basically sucks for durability. But it is the most interesting propeller that has hit our industry ever. So I would strongly recommend everybody pick up 2 sets. It's worth it. Definitely worth it. No matter what your opinion is, no matter what your ideas are, it is worth your time and the couple bucks it is to give it a try, because it is fun. However, the durability is terrible, and that's why you should pick up 2. So this is what happened when I came out of a dive and I gave it a little bit too much throttle and I just touched a branch. I had all four, every single one just go out. They only sent me 2 sets of these blades. So the one set was done from 10 seconds of flight. So that was unfortunate, but now you can see that, there is no durability at all. They're not going to be using this blade for racing. It doesn't mean it's not going to improve, and these are prototype blades, so the final production blade will be more durable, but it's not going to be like night and day. It's just going to be a bit more durable. So moving on, let's take a look at the actual blade shape, because I think it's super interesting and super pretty. So just look at the blade shape. The way they designed this blade is very, very pretty. Like, look how the back blade sits a little bit higher than the front blade. It's such a pretty looking blade to me. They really did such a pretty job on the blade. And like, realistically, I gave them a lot of input and recommendations, but I didn't expect them to take all of it. A lot of my recommendations were taken, which is not always a good thing, as I know. I don't always give the best recommendations, but I think we all had similar ideas. All the engineers kind of had similar ideas, and I think the overall blade shape and the design and what they got for a first product is pretty darn good, and I really commend them for that, because it could have gone amiss very badly. This propeller is actually usable. It's not total garbage. It is definitely usable. In fact, there might be a couple people out there that prefer this blade over most other blades that are out there. But now let's take a look at the actual profile of the blade. So I'm going to line this up so that you are only looking at this front blade here and comparing it to the 51433. So by the way, the 51433 is my preferred blade in this industry. It is by far my favorite blade, but there's a lot of blades that I like. I like the F4, I like the F3, I like a lot of them, but nothing feels quite like the right balance that this one does. The balance of response and efficiency and speed and overall just feel in the air. Just the 51433 is my preferred blade still to this date. And looking at this, it's really hard for me to align this perfectly, but that's about right. And you can see that the donut prop is actually more aggressive than the 51433, kind of all the way out to the tip until that bend. And the reason why it looks shorter is because I have it held at this angle. If I kind of bring it together, they are about the same. It is about 5.1 inches. And so the reason why I'm showing you this is because you essentially have a more aggressive blade than the 51433 times 4. You have 4 blades here. And that makes it a very powerful blade. Very, very powerful blade. And that is, in my opinion, not good for most of our crafts because we're used to flying, I think 1750 kV is about the lowest kV that pretty much anyone flies on 6S. And the more common kV is around 1890 or 1900, around that range, which is too high for this blade. Very, very high for this blade. This blade is going to be best on probably 1700 kV and below for 6S, and about 2050 kV, maybe 2100 kV max for 4S, but really 2000 kV for 4S is going to be ideal for this blade shape. And on that note, I would say that I can't really mention too much about the efficiency because I don't know. I don't have a quad that has motors that low of a kV. Actually, I just realized I could just fly this quad on 4S. That's too bad. I don't have a 4S battery too. I can't comment on that, but I can say that this propeller with its 4 blades that are more aggressive than this tri-blade is not a whole lot less efficient than the tri-blade, which is really impressive. And it means that the design, or maybe these ends, are doing something. It's not nothing. It's not totally snake oil. Moving on to the response, this is a 4.25 gram blade. This is a 3.75 gram blade. The weight is not quite as important as the amount of blade that you're pushing through the air, but I will also say that because the weights are kind of similar, durability is impacted because there's not a whole lot more plastic in this one than there is on this one. But the response of this blade is much less, and it's not a whole lot less, but it's definitely less than both a tri-blade and a quad blade. And I'll talk about that a little bit more later at the end in my kind of future developments of this blade. But it's less responsive than both a tri-blade and a quad blade. It's not bad at all, but you just have to note that, and it'll be interesting when I talk about the concept at the very end. The speed of this blade is higher than any quad blade I have ever flown. Any 5-inch quad blade I've ever flown, the speed of this blade is higher. In fact, it's higher than this 51433. I don't have any race blades to compare it against, but the speed is definitely not low on this blade. Again, it says something about the design, the fact that it is doing something. It's not total snake oil.
What's going on here?
I've kind of gone over everything. Oh yeah, the grip. The grip is more than a tri-blade. The grip and overall flight feel and locked-in control feel is a little bit more than a tri-blade. It is not as much as a quad blade. So I think I've kind of set this in your mind a little bit. Compared to a tri-blade or a quad blade, this blade is more efficient than a quad blade, absolutely. Faster than a quad blade, absolutely. Less efficient than a tri-blade, definitely. But depending on the motor KV, that may not be true. If the motor KV is correct, if the overall RPM is correct, you could just knock down your max throttle limit, but it's not going to be quite the same. But if you keep it within the appropriate throttle range, the efficiency of this blade could be significantly more than a tri-blade. Not really an area of huge interest to me because I would prefer a blade that has better response, and it doesn't really matter. Let's move on. So the efficiency could be better than a tri-blade if your throttle range is appropriate, if the RPM range is appropriate. The cruising speed is going to be comparable or better than a tri-blade. And the noise is much louder than a quad blade. If you want a quiet 5-inch quad, fly a 6-blade. HQ makes one. It's very quiet and very slow and very inefficient. So it is an interesting blade for sure. Would I use this particular blade? No. The durability is way too low. The overall throttle onset is too aggressive in my opinion and for my taste. This blade is so freaking aggressive and has so much blade area to it that as soon as you touch the throttle, that power just pours on really fast. And that's why I popped up into the trees so quickly. I think that they definitely need to deal with that. However, this blade is going to come out, everyone's going to test it, everyone's going to try it, everyone's going to have their opinion of it, and based on how it does and the feedback, they may or may not iterate on it. Now, I have some ideas about this blade and some things that came to mind when I tested it a bit and may or may not be interesting, maybe it is. So I personally think that this blade tip is probably not doing a whole lot. I think that the blade tip is based on the RPM that these things spin, is very unlikely that you're getting air go through this blade and probably come out the back. Remember I said water
What's going on here? Who's messaging
air
me?
because it kind of behaves a little bit more reasonably. The two are very similar, but air is a little more compressible, a little bit more finicky, much less viscous. So it's just a little bit more funny. So I don't think it's going to be the same, but it's similar-ish. In my opinion, I think it's very likely that this blade tip is not actually helping. I think it's hurting. I think you're just getting a big wake of garbage coming off the end of this blade tip. And that's just my sensation. And the last thing I'm going to do in this video, because I only have this one set of blades left, is I'm actually going to clip the ends off, and I'm going to fly it and see how it is compared to just the regular ring. So that's interesting because I think that a lot of the reason why this blade performs the way it does is because you have two blades in succession, one after each other. And I think that having one blade in the wake of the next is doing something with respect to the way the air is being processed. It's just a vague theory. I can't really support it a whole lot. I have some weird thoughts in my mind, but I have a feeling that if they just clip the blade end, finish the blade tips in a normal blade, kept the blade shape in this shape, I think they would see actually more improvements in some way. We'll see if I'm wrong at the very end when I clip these blades, but I think it's a very interesting idea. Regardless of that, they definitely need to make it more shallow. Absolutely, it's got to be more shallow. This is not going to work out for the RPMs that we're used to, for the motors that we're all typically used to, and the overall response of the blade is not high enough for all of us to be really happy. I think some people will be fine with it, but a lot of people that are looking for a performance blade are not going to be quite as satisfied with this blade. So that's all I have for you about this prop. I hope 18 minutes of talking was sufficient. I think it's a super, super interesting blade. I think the donut name is appropriate. I'm a little bit ashamed that I recommended it and they actually took me up on that recommendation and used it, but hey, it's going to be remembered, and I hope it's remembered well because it's a super interesting direction for propellers to take. I don't know if it's ever going to turn into something that we are all going to prefer in place of a tri-blade, but I would say that this is an appropriate option over a quad blade, and there might be some very real direction for it to go in with a little bit more development. Another thing I'll note is that there have been blades that are similar to this, namely the Dragonfly from APC that came out a while ago that had a very interesting noise profile, but that was kind of before we knew enough about propellers to understand what we were looking at and what we were dealing with. I think that if they were to cut the ends and finish the end blade tips, it's going to be similar to that a little bit, but having the blades in this configuration and this shape is going to give us a different kind of a quality. Another thing to note is that blades that are forward swept should have better noise profiles because the tip of the blade it's complicated. But one of the issues that I might run into when I clip the ends here is that the trailing blade here, because it's forward swept, it might flutter in the air because there's no support for the blade tip. When you have a blade tip that's kind of trailing down the back here, it's kind of dragging in the air, so it's naturally going to be more stable than a blade that is kind of pushing into the air and the blade tip can flutter. So we'll see what happens. Let's see if we can do this relatively evenly. I'm doing probably a pretty poor job of this. Oh, that one's probably really bad. Really relying on software filters here. I don't even know if this thing's gonna fly.
blades, the prop becomes somewhat similar to the, I think, like 6-year-old APC Dragonfly prop. And that prop had a similar structure with the blades kind of quad blade with the blades closer together, but APC makes props for planes, so the blades are very thick and heavy, and they don't really assimilate to a multi-rotor as nicely, so it's very difficult to understand what was going on back then. That being said, it did sound distinctly different, and it did have a kind of broader auditory note. And with respect to the sound, because I know that's what everybody wants to focus on, it's not any quieter, but it's easier to lose the sound of the multi-rotor if you fly it far away. So as an example, if I'm walking around town and I randomly hear a multi-rotor, because I've heard it many times, I'll immediately turn my head because I know exactly what it is, I know exactly what I'm looking for, and it's distinct to me. It's very easy for me to not recognize that this noise is a multi-rotor, and it's much easier for the human ear to just kind of not notice. But it's definitely not quieter. With respect to the clipped blade ends, I'm really surprised that it resulted in what seemed like higher efficiency. Now, I did clip the ends off, so the blade did become a little shorter, but I did also increase the number of draggy trailing tips, and it's just like a blunt square tip. So it should become less efficient, but I was finding that I was getting less battery alarms, and the overall craft was performing way better, overall, right off the bat. Immediately as I took off, I could tell there was much better response. Throttle feel was way better. Everything about it was better feeling. It's just interesting that it turned out that way, because I think there is something going on with the way the trailing blade passes through the wake of the blade in front of it, which is resulting in this potentially improved efficiency. Still high speed. Quad blades are slow. This was not slow. It's still a high-speed blade. Something's going on there. I really hope that they clip the ends, finish the ends, and try to just lower the pitch a bit. Just, even out and lower the pitch a bit. And I think that might be really interesting. Something else to note about these toroidal props or whatnot, I think they might function a little bit better when they're moving perpendicular to the flow of air. And I think that's also another reason why the boat propeller functions so well in water, because not only does water not compress, but the flow is perpendicular to the prop's action, so it's going to have an easier time dealing with all that. However, I don't know if we really care about that, but I think that might help the situation overall. It's a very interesting propeller. I definitely recommend picking it up. Give it a try, and also floss your teeth. Bye-bye.
I have betrayed you all, and I am truly
Does
sorry.
that look, chat?
Not really though, lol. This intro's to me really out of time. Wait, I can save it. 2, 3, 4. Oh, nowhere near saved. Oh, fail.
my videos might as well be annual at this point. Life has just hit me so hard and I've had no time, but finally I have a little bit more free time. And so what we're going to discuss in this video, we're going to look at is we're going to iterate on everything in the previous video, which is where we looked at a Y6 setup. That's 3 rotors on top, 3 rotors on bottom, 6 motors instead of 4, and we compared it to a quad. In this video, we're going to look at a 7-inch X8 setup, and we're going to be looking for 3 specific things, which are the same three factors that we've been trying to improve in the previous video as well. Number 1, an improvement in control with a craft that has larger than 5-inch props or 5.1-inch props. Number 2, a comparable level of efficiency when you have more motors and a couple more blades. And number 3, an improvement in the coaxial thrust effect, which is this weird effect where when you run a coaxial setup, it just feels like the quad is stuck in second gear. Like you have to keep pushing it forward and it doesn't really want to move forward. And it's just this weird sensation that's just not nice feeling when you want to fly. And so the first half of this video is going to be more of a summary of like kind of everything for people that aren't really interested in the nitty-gritty details. And then the second half of the video is going to be all the nitty-gritty details. And the second half is really going to be almost entirely podcast-like, so you don't really have to watch the video. But before moving on to anything, I got to show this one video from one of my friends that I talked to. I mean, I talked to like 7 pilots kind of worldwide that are full-time, only flying more than 7, but 7 on like a regular basis, that are worldwide, that are full-time FPV pilots. But this one guy gets the most insane jobs that I have ever seen, and he is hired to do these things. So he is flying a tiny whoop, a tiny little Cinewhoop, with like an exploded GoPro. The whole thing's like 300, probably under 300 grams all up weight, over hundreds of thousands of people with fireworks and streamers and everything going on with blaring music. And I mean, people do some crazy things with FPV quads and some incredible stuff, but flying in this kind of environment, in my opinion, is just next level stress, next level kind of everything because of just what's on the line. And he is hired, he's paid to do this. And fortunately, moving forward, more and more production companies are seeing the insane value of FPV footage, so I'm really expecting it to grow from here. The pilot, if he wants to be known, I'm going to put his name in the description below. In addition, this is just his little demo reel of his flying during this one concert. The full marketing video is in the description below as well, and I strongly advise watching it. It's like a 12-minute video, but it is awesome. It's one of the best marketing videos I've ever seen, and I really hope to try and make it to this event this coming year. I think it's in August. Okay, so moving forward, looking at this quad. So the reason why we're even doing this is really just one main reason. Justin Skinner is a guy that chases fast things for his job full time. And so he's flying 7-inch quads to keep up with super trucks. And it's hard because they're really fast. And so 7-inch, the goal is to get higher cruising speed on 7-inch with improved efficiency given that you're going faster. And so what we're trying to do here is really trying to get a craft that is just better at everything and gives that high cruising speed. And my primary goal is to get a craft that has larger than 5.1-inch props that doesn't suck to fly. Now, I've been dealing with 7-inch for 5 years now, more than 5 years now, and I have never really achieved a 7-inch craft that I prefer to fly over my 5-inch craft. Fortunately, this craft happens to be just as fun, if not more fun to fly than my 5-inch because the control is there. Yeah, 7-inch is super fun because it's super fast cruising speed, but the control is actually there, which is amazing, which tells me that more motors and blades does give you more control, which is really rudimentary finding, but is definitely a finding, and it's really nice to see there. The next thing is efficiency. So this craft is using twin blades, and it has 16 blades. And the goal, or I was trying to have the same number of blades. So the goal with the Y6 setup was to have the same number of blades as a craft running tri-blades, a quad craft running tri-blades. And in that setup, it kind of worked out, gave similar efficiency. In this setup, I actually have much more motor volume and surface area and everything of the motor compared to a default quad, which I'll talk more about in the detailed portion of this video. but the efficiency seems to be comparable at this point. It's really hard to tell because it's really hard to fly just the same and consistently. I really have to give this to Justin Skinner because he has so much experience with his quads to see what his findings are, but I'm not there yet. I'm not ready to send this to him yet. And then the last thing is the coaxial effect, which is this stuck in second gear feeling. And what I've done here is that I'm running 1550 kV motors on top and 1700 kV motors on the bottom. And I chose this kV setup because I knew I was going to be running twin blades. So I thought maybe I need more kV because it's twin blades, or not thought, I knew I could run more kV. So I went with that. But then I also chose higher kV because the motors are smaller than the prototype quad that I'm comparing it to. So the prototype quad is a 7-inch quad running tri-blades with 3106.5 motor size. And this craft has our Imperial motors, which are 2506.2, which is a lot more motor volume, and there's also 4 more blades compared to the 12 blades that would be on a quad that's running tri-blades. Now, did this 150 kV increase on the bottom motors improve the coaxial effect? 100%. Absolutely, no doubt in my mind. Is that coaxial weird feeling still there? Yes, a little bit. So I would say that should be a 200 kV differential. So the next iteration of this craft is actually going to be moving down to 2306 size motors, and I'm going to be running 1250 and 1450 kV motors. So 1250 on top, 1450 kV on the bottom, and I'm going to be redesigning the whole frame to reduce weight, improve kind of everything about the frame, because it's just a test frame at this point. But yeah, it's a very promising setup, and I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really expecting to get a craft that's going to be what I'm expecting it to be. After all this testing, I'm actually moving forward and getting findings that I'm expecting to get, which is great. So now let's go over the nitty-gritty details of everything. So before talking about any of the nitty-gritty details, I want to point out that everything that I build new, I first try on Betaflight, and I have a horrible experience, and then I move to Emu Flight, and the thing just magically flies totally fine. This has been my experience for about 2 years now, and I'm not going to say more about that because people defend Betaflight so much. I really don't understand why. It's just so difficult. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. I mean, talking about like 50 quads here that I've tried it on, and every single quad works better on Emu Flight than Betaflight. And I hate tuning anything, so I just run defaults, and everything just runs fine on Emu Flight defaults. Anyways, moving forward from that. So let's first talk about the frame. This frame is a very special design, as you probably noticed, and it stems from the Sonic Hair frame design, which is something that I've been working on for well over a year now, year and a half now. It's in its like 8th or 9th iteration. It's actually available for sale on FPV Cycle. You just have to search for the word Sonic Hair in the search field, and it'll come up. And so the goal of this frame is to improve the vibrational situation and the resonance of the whole thing, and just try to get a higher consistency of build. So the goal isn't to make everything amazing and try to turn off your filters and everything. That's definitely not the goal. But the goal is to have a frame that whatever you put on it, whatever build you do, you at least get a quad that flies well and consistent, which is actually quite difficult when you've sold tens of thousands of frames at this point and seen so much feedback across the board, across 7-8 years now. I've really looked for consistency more than anything else. In terms of being able to turn off filters and whatnot, yeah, that's going to get you like the last 2% of flight performance out of the craft, but if I can get every quad flying 90%, that's really my goal. And so this frame has these 2 spars instead of one arm to try and improve the torsional stability of the motor at the end of the arm, which it definitely does, and that in turn increases the resonance frequency of the frame. I've done tons of finite element analysis with a number of engineers, and they all kind of get somewhat close, but none of them really give me a real-world comparison or
anybody
real-world
needs
simulation.
an XM
So
Plus
you really
or
just
an
have
Free
to
Sky,
play it in the real world, have it across several builds, and see how it goes. And that's why I've had to run a number of kind of sample runs and a bunch of testers which do a really great job of giving me feedback. So this is a great frame, and the goal here again is just to get a really efficient frame. You can't just pile on weight and have like a 150 gram 5-inch frame for
For
anybody
what? Just
needs
to be
a
able to turn off
fucking
your
XM
filters, but
Plus.
in turn, your flight performance is going to suck because you have a bunch of extra weight that you really don't need on there. Just not worth it. So the goal here is really consistency and flight performance and getting something that is just overall a good craft. And that's what the Sonic Air is. It's probably going to be the last kind of 5-inch setup that I'm going to be working on because I'm moving on to other things as well. This frame design tends to scale really nicely. So when I scaled up to 7-inch, the overall weight and finite element analysis of it worked out really, really well, which was really super. And the carbon in the arms is also a little bit special as well. It's not that special, actually. I've tested various layups across the years, and I haven't found much improvement at all. In this case, I've just eliminated the 90-degree direction in the carbon and just made it all 45. So every single 90-degree sheet is going 45 one way or the other. And that has shown to be about a 12 to 17% improvement in resonant frequency, which is a really nice improvement, but also not huge. But because the arms are so skinny, you can get a high yield per sheet. So the overall cost is reasonable. So I can still keep the cost down, and the overall cost of having a custom layup like that, it starts to make more sense. Moving on to this frame, there is one thing that I did on this frame which is really stupid. So when I first built this thing and I first tried to fly it, there was a ton of ticks and resonant issues and just like weirdness in the craft. It just was not flying well at all, and it was all because of resonance and vibrational issues. I originally thought it might be a noise, and I added a bunch more capacitance to the ESCs. That didn't do anything. And then I flew it with just the bottom set of blades and just the top set of blades, and I noticed that only has issues with the top set of blades, not the bottom. I was using two different ESCs. I swapped the ESC out entirely, didn't do anything. And then I paid attention to the motor mounts on top, which are these little offset mounts. And the reason I use these are 3mm thick. The reason I use these is because it's just the most efficient way to get a coaxial setup, is to just add this little piece on the end. It doesn't add a whole lot of weight. It's really simple. And now you have a coaxial setup. What I didn't account for is that this little piece on the end, it vibrates in a certain way, which the finite element analysis did not show, a certain way that is causing like oblique oscillations in the craft. And that's the issue. And it's really hard to point this out, and people that have experience might understand what I'm saying. I hope it's clear. But basically, when something spins, you get a nice, predictable vibration. And if you have something spinning and then something else spinning in another location on top of each other, like not directly on top of each other, and also on a little extension that's like screwed into stuff that has a frequency of its own, you get an oblique vibrational pattern, which is a big problem for flight controllers. So anything that has, and the reason this is a problem in this craft and it wasn't in other crafts that I've done it with, is because this craft has a lot more power in it. If I swap this out and put 5-inch props on it, it's going to fly totally fine, and I did that too. But because I have 7-inch and the KV is a little bit too high for 7-inch, and I'm running 6S, so it's got a lot of overall power in the system, that's when you start running into problems. And so next setup, definitely not going to have this offset coaxial. The offset coaxial actually is supposed to increase efficiency because you get more free air to the bottom, and so it's going to just free up everything to the bottom. It's just should fly better. But no, definitely not. Definitely going to the coaxial setup. And once I took everything apart and I greased the crap out of all the ends, just the little pieces on the end, now it flies totally fine. So then moving on to the next thing is the kV difference on the top and bottom. So there's a 150 kV differential between top and bottom. When I look at just the no load RPM with no props, I'm getting 41,000 RPM on the bottom, 37,000 RPM on the top. So that's 4,000 RPM difference with props on. I'm seeing about a 2,300 RPM differential between the top and bottom. Now the goal here was to use the same props on the top and bottom, and I'm using the GemFan 7035 prop, which is, I don't even know if it's a prop that they make. It's just a bunch of samples that they sent me. It's actually a really good prop, really nice and lightweight, and really good and wafty. It's really good pitch for all what I'm doing here. The problem with it is that it rings out when you are anything above around 1500 kV, which is kind of what I estimated at. So I can't run 1700 kV on the bottom because the props just ring out and just are getting close to exploding. So the kV is just too high. Now this craft on 5S, fantastic. But on 6S, no good. So going to be dropping the KV there, but talking about the coaxial stuck in second gear feeling, the craft is so much more freeing when it has this KV differential on the bottom versus not having this KV differential. It's just night and day, but I would say that it's not 100% gone. The next iteration, I'm going to be running 1450 KV on the bottom and 1250 KV on top. Now, we went to this X8 setup because with the previous Y6 setup, you cannot you can't fly the craft with just the top set of props or just the bottom set of props because it's only 3 props. So, I mean, you're going to have a yaw moment in there, so you can't have just top or bottom. The top and bottom are tied together. So the RPM of the top and bottom are also tied together. So if you run higher KV on the bottom or more blade on the bottom, you're not going to be able to, you're not going to get a craft that flies right. It's because they're all connected. With the X8 setup, you have 2 totally independent drivetrains. They can each function independent of each other. And so you can have different KV on the bottom versus the top, and it does definitely 100% make a difference, and it is very, very, very noticeable. So in the next iteration, it's going to be a 200 KV differential, dropping the KV to try to make 6S more reasonable. But this craft itself, I actually ran it on 4S 1350 milliamp battery, and I've been trying different battery weights as well, and I'm getting like 2.5, almost 3 minutes of flight time on 4S 1350 milliamp. That's a tiny little battery. That's a 5-inch battery, and it's doing amazingly well on an X8 setup. Crazy. So that tells me that the efficiency is definitely there. I just got to get the KV kind of matched in. So talking more about the motors, let's talk about the numbers of these motors as well, because that, in my opinion, is the most interesting aspect of this whole thing. So the prototype quad that I spent years kind of going through and landing on is the 3106.5 motor, and we have that motor in stock at the store, FPV Cycle. And that motor runs really good on pretty much any tri-blade, and the KV is 1420, and that's about the upper limit of the KV I would personally recommend for 7-inch tri-blades. When you start going higher, it just starts having issues with the blades, and also the amount of power in the system becomes a hassle to manage vibration-wise, electronic noise-wise. It's just not worth it. So 1420 is really the upper limit of where a motor that big should be, in my opinion, and in my personal testing only. Now, what I'm running here on this craft is 2 sets of 2506.2 motors, and that is the size of our Imperial motors. And these are the Imperial motors, just in a different KV. Now that we have all these different templates for motors, it's really nice to just experiment across all of them and making minor changes here and there. And so that's what I've been doing. I'm doing a lot of that. I got boxes full of motors that I just need to get rid of. Anyways, if you look at 2506, a pair of 2506 motors, 2506.2 motors compared to a 3106.5, a single 3106.5, the pair of 2506.2 motors is going to weigh 15 grams more, which is not good. But you have 24% more stator volume, which is a lot. It's a lot. And you have 54% more surface area. That means like surface area between magnets and stator. Like I subtracted the top and bottom of the cylinder of the stator. And so that is 54% more surface area interacting with magnets compared to the 3106.5. Hard to translate what that means in the real world, but to me that sounds like a really big number, and I think that has a lot to do with why having more rotors just feels so much nicer in the air than having less rotors. As in, this X8 feels as nice to fly as a 5-inch compared to the best 7-inch I've ever flown, which it doesn't compare to a 5-inch. And now I'm going to be moving to a 2306 motor size, and the reason for that is because I'm just trying to get the weight down. So compared to a single 3106.5, a pair of 2306 motors is going to weigh about 5 grams less, and it's going to have 1.6% more stator volume, which is about the same, but it's still going to have 37% more surface area. And so I'm hoping that's going to be enough, and I can get the overall weight down so that I can actually skinny out the arms of the frame a little bit more. I'm going to make the thing a little bit tighter, definitely going to make it full coaxial, and I'm going to shorten the whole front because that thing is just too big. The frame is just fully experimental. So I'm going to be running 2306 with a 200 kV differential. I'm going to be aiming for 6S, might end up as 5S. kV still might be a little bit high. Overall power in the system is going to go down, so it's going to have less noise, less vibrational issues, less hassle to deal with. I'm going to be using the same props, and I'm going to be expecting everything to improve just a little bit. Maybe not the control because the motors are smaller, but overall just a little bit of improvement kind of across the efficiency board and the overall speed board because of the reduction in weight. So now talking about the batteries, I mentioned that I was running it on 4S, and I showed a video of it running on 4S, and it flew really surprisingly well. Now this thing, again, is only designed to carry a GoPro, not a cinematic thing. It could carry maybe like a real-time streaming GoPro of some sort, but no like red camera at all. Nothing high load and no huge batteries. So it's really a light X8 7-inch that's designed to take the place of a 7-inch quad running tri-blades. And so what I found was lightening it up, even by just using a smaller battery, it actually makes the performance a whole lot better. So this is just like anything else that flies, it is weight constrained. So the goal here is to get a package that is as light as reasonable, as going to hold up to what you need it to do, and use the appropriate size battery to give you the flight time and the performance that you are aiming for. Just like everything else that you build and everything else that you do, sure, you can throw something together and it'll work, but trying to optimize it for a certain task, that's where it starts getting really, really tough. The best battery that I have for this craft is this 2200 milliamp Infinity 70C pack, which sucks. And it sucks because I've had a bunch of other 6S packs that were way better, but this pack is still the best pack compared to all the other packs that I have. And I actually got a pair of 2600 milliamp 3S 120C packs from GNB, and I was planning on using this little dongle, which kind of makes them 6S together because they're two 3S packs. And the goal here was because GNB kind of seems to drop a cell on packs that are larger than about 2000 milliamps. For some reason, their cells above 2000 milliamps just are problematic, and this is no different. This pair of packs just blows. Compared to the single crappy 2200 milliamp pack, these two pair, not good at all. And it's not the weight, because the weight is not a whole lot more. Plus, you have an X8 7-inch, which has so much blade area. The weight's not going to be an issue. The whole thing has an all-up weight of 1.4 kilograms with the GoPro and everything. And so it's not the weight. It's not the connector or the wires. I'm using really substantial wiring, and the connectors are the XT90 connectors. It's not that. Basically, what I'm trying to say here is that batteries are still up in the air. You really don't know what you're buying unless you test it, and all the batteries that we have in FPV Cycle are all tested for their specific use case, and they're all very high performance batteries, and they're good. Not every company makes good batteries across the entire spectrum. So I think I've spoken long enough. I'm gonna kind of wrap it up here, and I'm gonna point out that I don't know if my findings are going to translate into other size crafts. I mean, I talked to a couple people that make Cinelifters, and they have Y6 crafts that they lose a blade on and they don't even notice. And technically, if you lost one blade on a hex, you should definitely notice that the flight performance is beginning to suck. That might be because they're running crazy overpowered setups, but in general, it's something interesting to point out that on the Y6 that I was testing previously, which was not a weak 5-inch Y6, but it was a 5-inch Y6. If I lost one blade, that thing is spinning out of control, and maybe I have enough control to land, but it's not enough control to not know, definitely nowhere close to enough control to not notice. On an X8 setup, you could lose a blade or two and not even notice. I have lost 3 blades before on a flat octo, and I did not notice. After 2 flights, I finally noticed that I was missing the blades. So yeah, an X8 is going to give you a lot more redundancy. And yeah, let's just call it a day for that. And thanks for watching. Thank you so much for watching. Floss your teeth. I hope you guys have been flossing all this time that I have been reminding you. Please, please keep flossing your teeth. It's incredibly important. Okay, take care. Bye. I have been away for a long time, and I am really sorry about that, but unfortunately life kind of just happened, and I just didn't have a whole lot of time left, so making videos is sort of the first thing that got cut. That being said, I never really stopped doing the various developments and projects and things that I was doing, but I have slowed down a bit, not so much because of the time, but more so because manufacturing has just become so much slower, so much more difficult, and so much more expensive. So it's kind of put a big damper on things. But I still have a lot of things in the works, and I'm still always experimenting with a ton of things. Now in this video, I'm going to kind of culminate all the information from the last couple videos and give a sort of a conclusion. Also show a couple other things that I'm working on and maybe things that are coming in the next couple videos. And also make a return to YouTube, hopefully, and keep doing these things that I'm doing. I also have a group of motors that I'm going to be giving away, not just to random people. You're going to have to let me know what you want to do with the motors. And I also have another project which I'm just going to have to need somebody else to do it for me because I just don't have the time for that particular project. So wait till I talk about those things, then let me know in the comments below, and I'll definitely pick someone and I'll send this stuff to you and make sure I help you as much as I can. Anyways, let's look at this video, which I'm going to talk about this craft, that craft, this craft, a little bit of that thing, and a couple of tidbits. All right, so this project in particular is directed squarely at trying to create a craft that is more efficient at carrying a GoPro or small payload at speed kind of for a longer period of time. Basically, what we're trying to do is chase fast cars consistently fast for a longer period of time and get a little bit more control in the process so we can do a better job. So let's just dive right in. I'm going to real quick go through the frames, talk about a couple things, and then move into the most interesting aspect to me, which is the motor comparison. So this frame is a total prototype frame, and the previous version of it in the last video was quite a bit different. This one is a little bit different as well. The spar design here, the arm spars, having two separate spars per arm is something that is, I mean, as far as I know, pretty unique to what I've done here. And this is how the Sonic Air is built as well. The Sonic Air has been tuned to kind of not have so much resonance below around 260 hertz. The general design is sort of easy to work with because no matter how big or small or which way you design it, you're gonna tend to get a higher total frequency for the frame, which isn't really that important because everything kind of flies fine these days. The software is very good, but if you have less annoyance to deal with, you're usually going to be happier. So the reason I design like this now with this special carbon layup that I do for the spars is because it's just going to give me less hassle when I put the thing together to test. And this frame is not really slated to be released anywhere, and I'm not planning on making it available. I mean, I have one cut copy here, which I'll probably give away to someone or sell it for a couple bucks just because I would have rooms full of quads. So that's the reason why this looks like this. And there are a couple of tidbits that I want to point out. So the last version of this frame had motors that were coaxial but kind of offset. And I learned very quickly that the offset actually causes a wobble in the resonance, which the flight controller cannot really account for because it's software. It's not really designed to look for that sort of a deal. You kind of need symmetry sort of everywhere to have the best overall resonance performance. And in that previous craft, that wobble resonance, which is the worst kind of resonance, it flew, but only after a whole ton of work to get it to function. Now this craft, the motors are actually coaxial, directly around on top of each other, so there is no wobble here. Flew perfectly right out the gate, no real issues. And the arm spars are a little bit special because while you could just use typical carbon, these are 5mm carbon thick, 5mm thick carbon, and the sheets, or the way, real quick, the way carbon is made is that it's built up in layers. So if you look at the edge of the carbon, it's got these little striations, which are legitimately the layers that are in the carbon. And so usually what happens is the carbon fibers go in two directions in most carbon. It's one direction and then a 90-degree direction, and then you can decide how you want to design this layup. And so in this particular sheet, I have designed it so that I've gotten rid of all the 90-degree directions because those directions don't really do a whole lot, and I've traded them out for 45-degree directions. So the spar goes 0, 45, 0, -45, 0, 45. So it's got just more carbon in the straight, long, skinny direction, which tends to give it more strength, more rigidity, which is the important aspect. And overall, it gives you about an 8% improvement in performance in terms of resonance and everything combined. So not really a big improvement. It is a lot more expensive, but these spars are so cheap and easy to cut, and they're so efficient on the whole general sheet that it makes it cost effective and it doesn't add a whole lot more cost. And this is how the Sonic Air is built as well. It's using the same kind of carbon, and it's very basic. I mean, anybody can put together this carbon. It's not really rocket science.
Okay.
And so it works out great. And the frame has this big long nose front end.
So
because
now I gotta take off.
Again, symmetry, very important for resonance. I don't want to deal with anything. This is just a test craft to test these specific effects. So I put this giant long nose on it because I wanted to get the props completely out of view of the camera. And if I ever was to release this frame or finish this design, it would have to have the props out of view as well. So I'm testing this. This long spar is 5mm thick and it's made of the same carbon. And thankfully, this design worked out excellent. It really works out really, really well without any effort at all put into it. And so I have another design coming in 5-inch, sort of a revamp of the Cineglide, which I actually liked a lot for filming because you got such unique shots out of it because of the way it was set up. So that worked out really nicely. But that's enough about the frame. Let's move on to the motors, which I think is by far the most interesting aspect about this. So originally, I was working on this coaxial hex, which is 6. I don't really recommend that platform. While it flies fine, you have no redundancy, and it's not really doing any benefits because a quad is just going to be better at pretty much everything. So you might as well just go for a quad. It is a cool platform. It does fly a little bit uniquely and differently, and it's just an interesting craft, but it's not really that useful. I moved over to an Octo so that I could change the RPMs of the top and bottom motors without them interacting with each other. The Hex doesn't have two completely separated sets of motors, as in the top motors and bottom motors can't function independent of each other. You need to have both of them functioning for the craft to actually fly correctly. I mean, you could lose one, but it has to be the correct one. I'm not going to go into that. An Octo has two totally separate sets of motors. The top can function independent of the bottom. And my goal here was to try and figure out how I can mitigate this stuck in second gear feeling of crafts that are coaxial because of all the inefficiencies that come with a coaxial setup. So looking at the motors and comparing this to a typical quad 7-inch, my prototype motor for a typical normal 7-inch quad is going to be this motor, which is a 3106.5 motor. It weighs about 56, 57 grams. You put a tri-blade on it and it performs great. 7-inch in general, in my opinion, doesn't fly that well. I mean, 6-inch is better, 5-inch is the best. As we all know, 5-inch flies just overall better than all the other sizes combined. Like every other size can't really compare to all the agility and dynamic performance and abilities that a 5-inch can give you. Now, that's just for our particular planet, our particular atmosphere. But the benefits that you get with a 7-inch is that you are able to carry more load. And most importantly here is that you can move faster. Larger props tend to have a higher cruising speed. So that's the reason why we've moved to 7-inch, is because we need that higher cruising speed. So 3106.5 is the default motor. And what I tried in the previous video was a pair of 2506.2 motors. Now, what's special here is comparing those two motors to one 3106.5 is that the pair of 2506.2 motors have 24% more stator volume. They weigh 15 grams more combined, but you also have 54% more surface area on the pair of motors. So the reason that's important is that the surface area is going to tell you how much magnetic surface area you have spinning around that stator, which is pretty important. So people constantly, I've heard, argue between volume and various other metrics of a motor, width and whatnot. I'm really trying to figure out what the performance differences are in the air. Kind of an ad hoc test, not really experimental here. So on that craft and on this one, I'm using twin blades, particularly because I'm trying to keep the ratio of volume, stator volume, to per blade as consistent as possible. So the pair of 2506.2 motors actually has 6.7% less stator volume per blade. In this craft, I actually went down a size to 2306 because I'm testing to see if you really need to have stator volume. There's more to this story, but in this comparison, the 2306 pair versus a single 3106.5 weighs maybe a gram or two more, but the overall volume, stator volume, is only 1.6% more than the singular 3106.5. However, the surface area of the pair of 2306 motors is still 37% more. That being said, you still have 24% less stator volume per blade compared to the singular 3106.5 motor. I can tell you right off the bat, without even like more than 10 seconds of flight, the overall control performance of this X8 Octo is head over heels better than any 7-inch quad I have ever flown. I've never built something that has the same amount of flight feel and control as this Octo does. Even with the twin blades, doesn't make a difference. And I am accounting for the fact that this Octo has 16 individual blades, and a tri-blade quad 7-inch is going to have 12 individual blades. So overall, you can have smaller motors in an Octo configuration, and you're going to get better overall control performance. That's for sure. I have tested tremendously now the differential of RPM on the top and bottom motors. The top motors in this craft are 1250 kV. The bottom motors are 1450 kV. 1450 is a little bit high for 7-inch, in my opinion, on 6S. 1250 is a little bit more reasonable, maybe just a teensy bit low for 7-inch on 6S. Again, just my opinion. GAB707 actually did a whole lot of testing on a thrust stand and found that about a 9% differential between the two, as in the bottom motors being 9% higher overall RPM or the top motors being 9% lower overall RPM, somewhere in this like 8 to 12% range, tends to give you more efficiency improvements. So we should all technically be running that differential difference, which is very small and may or may not be significant. He's finding that he's getting a little bit more flight time, but that's really arbitrary. Now, testing various tri-blades on the bottom or more aggressive props on the bottom, yeah, all that stuff is good. Yeah, all that stuff is going to help here and there. It's not going to make as big of a difference as you might think. I've tried so many different props on this, so many different battery tests, and I haven't really found anything that really performs a whole lot different than just twin blades, the same blade, top, bottom, no difference. The difference in RPM is making an improvement in efficiency, but at the end of the day, this craft's efficiency is still terrible. You get 5 minutes of flight time, you don't get 7-inch speed out of this thing, and that is a result of the coaxial effect, which is very annoying. Maybe it's the drag. I don't know what it is, but coaxial crafts are no bueno in terms of overall cruising speed and usually agility. I mean, the craft is bigger, although that being said, this craft is about 650 grams with no battery or GoPro. With GoPro and battery, you're looking at like a 1.1 kilogram all-up weight, which is really light for a 7-inch Octo. But the goal here is very different than a Cinelifter or any of these heavy Octos. The goal here is just to be able to get more efficient cruising speed, essentially. And so what you do get with an Octo is lifting power. And so technically, I could just load up batteries on this thing, and it could give me more flight time than the 5 minutes that it did give me. But it doesn't really make sense when the craft already in its lowest battery state can't seem to give me the speed that I need. What I did then was I actually compared it against my 5-inch craft, which I just put this Peanut camera on there, which I'll give you a real quick review about it. Great camera, really nice, really light, really bad battery life. And I can't seem to figure out how to turn off the gyro flow stabilization or flow state, whatever. I don't want that on. So if anyone knows how to turn that off, please let me know about it. But overall, it's like 2 years late of a review, but I actually like this camera a lot. I think its quality is overall really nice. And I would like to see better battery life because I'm one of the few that prefers my camera to actually have a battery built into it. This thing was giving me longer flight times
at higher speeds with way better control performance than the 7-inch Octo. So just to put the nail in the coffin, that thing is not really a platform I would really recommend to anybody. If you need lifting power, yeah, 7-inch Octo, go for it. I mean, cine lifters have got to do that. They don't really have a choice. But for anything else, is really not worth going down this path. Moving on from that, let's look at these motors that I have. So I'm going to be giving away a couple sets of these motors, and these motors are the Smooks motors, and I got these from RCN Power. They're the ones that make our motors, and the reason I'm giving away is because I originally got them to use on this 7-inch Octo, but I ended up using this smaller motor because these are bigger than those. These are 2306.5 motors, and those are just smaller 2306 motors. And the main difference is that the mounting platform on those 2306s is 12 by 12 M2, and these ones are the larger M3 16 by 16. So the KV of these motors is not really that useful because it's a bit too low. I mean, I guess you could use 8S on them or higher even, but the trouble or the struggle is that the motors are a little too small for just a quad with giant props, unless you want to do like a super light platform. But overall, I got a set of 1750 kV. I got a set of 1550 kV. And I thought I had a set of 1250. Oh no, I don't have a set of 1250. Yeah. So I have a 1550 and a 1750 set that I'm going to be giving away. Let me know what you want to do with it in the comments below, and I'll just choose whoever and I'll give it away to you guys. Just want to see kind of videos and pictures of whatever you do with it, because I'm just generally interested in that stuff. These new neon motors, gorgeous motors. I love the color. Really cool motor. I have another thing to talk about, which I'm going to talk about later. I have another set of motors, which are the original Imperial motors, a set of the 1880 kVs, which are just randomly found in the warehouse. Again, let me know what you want to put them on, even just a regular 5-inch. Show me a picture, or just let me know. Convince me that you want these motors. Convince me that you have a unique or interesting application for these motors, and I'm happy to send them to you. And then moving on from there, couple things, or one main thing that I learned after all of this testing is that coaxial equals slow. You can't really move that quick with a coaxial setup within reason. Of course, you can build a coaxial setup that can move hundreds of miles per hour. So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just a basic setup like this 7-inch. Can't really move that quick. So what else needs to not move that quick? Cinewhoops. That's what. So I was filming a shoot a couple weeks ago and came up with a real quick design of a plus platform that is 4-inch, and it's the same overall size as a 3-inch ducted Cinewhoop, and the coaxial effect will hopefully slow this craft down and give it a very controlled feel like a Cinewhoop. However, the 4-inch with just guards will hopefully give you improved efficiency. And then the other thing that kind of falls into the same category is this Foxeer craft and these other crafts, which are the kind of naked GoPro camera Cinewhoops, which perform also great. I'm going to be testing this one soon. And then along the same note, I'll show that I actually have another design platform, which I just never got around to testing. And it's a 2-inch flat ducted Octo, which my goal with that craft was to get it to move as slowly and controlled as possible, primarily for indoor use. And I'm stuttering here because there's just so much to discuss about all this stuff. I'm just pointing out a bunch of stuff that I'm probably going to be going over in the next handful of videos. This platform is built off of a Tooth Fairy 2. And so it's just a Tooth Fairy 2 with these special unique arms that I made that are just one-off cut arms, which I was planning on using any of the motors that we have really with a specific 2-inch prop to try and test this platform. So if somebody wants to test that for me, that's the one that I really need help with, because I just don't have time for that. And I don't really know if it's going to work out. It might work out okay, might not really work out just like the 7-inch. Anyways, this is just an initial video coming back. So much more to discuss, so much more coming in the next handful of videos. I hope this was interesting. I learned a lot from this craft, a lot more than I didn't discuss here, and I'm really interested to see what the next set of things that I have on the way are going to perform like. And I have some things that I haven't mentioned yet, which you'll see very soon, which are really intriguing. Anyways,
Please floss your teeth. Hopefully you've been flossing all through COVID.
So here's what it looks like all finished. The FPV camera mount is set at a negative 15-degree tilt, as is the GoPro mount, which is not adjustable. The camera plates are 3 millimeters thick, and the whole structure is quite solid. These are 5-inch props on it, and it does fly. However, not well enough for me to go ahead and test it on 7-inch. And this is what I ended up with. We're going to go over why I switched to this craft, what my actual goals are, and if we actually learned anything. Let's just jump right into the flight video. This was genuinely the first flight, and I didn't have a lot to say about it because I hadn't tested much. All I can really say is that it flew a whole lot better than I expected, and it warranted further testing. And after a lot more testing, I discovered that the thing cruises real nice, way more efficiently than a typical 7-inch craft that I have. The battery on this is an 1100 milliamp 6S battery on a 7-inch craft with 22.6 by 7.5 motors that are 1300 kV, and I was able to get a full 3 minutes of cruising at speed, and the battery comes down warm. It doesn't even come down hot. It's not killing the battery, as in I'm getting a lot more efficiency here. It's probably split between the aerodynamics and the actual motor size, but there is absolutely more efficiency going on here than I would have expected. A very nice surprise. I'll show the full flight video kind of closer to the end, but it's not really as important as it might seem because there's just more to discuss. When I'm testing frames, I look at the black box logs 3 different ways, trying to pull as much information out of it as I can, and these are raw gyro logs. The first thing I do is that I'll build the craft, put the motors on, get everything working correctly, and then I will just do a motor test. I'll arm it, spin up the motors, go through the throttle range, and cut it. Just a couple seconds. This will show you the peaks that the frame has just between the motors and the frame itself, and it usually gives you a fairly clear representation of what the characteristic of the frame is and the quality of the resonance might be. Now, this particular, well, I'll get to the noise floor, but then after that, I'll move on to a 5-inch test. If the frame is designed for larger props, then I will first run 5-inch, hover that, take a look at that, very closely assess that, compare it to my motor test, and then, and only then, if everything looks good, I will then move to the default prop size, which in this case is 7-inch, but you know, I built 14, 15, 16-inch prop size crafts, and they have I have gone straight to doing a default prop size test, and they have almost killed me. So I don't recommend anybody move straight to the full-size prop size.
Fucking around,
just
Richard.
as an initial test. For that very reason, it's just generally unsafe, especially when you're testing all sorts of weird designs, which is what I do. So yeah, don't do that. And if I will gradually move up prop sizes and take a look at the black box logs to make sure I'm not exciting anything weird that's going to kill me before I actually do a full test. So let's take a look at this chart here. This is the motor test for the H frame design, the one with the long spindly arms. Now, what this is showing you is the roll, and this is just the motor test. And over here, you see there's a peak like around what, 80, 82, and there are some jaggedy lines down here, which I'll get to at the end, but these jaggedy lines down here are the real concern in my opinion. I've just seen it so much. And here's the pitch. Now, this looks like a giant peak at 75, 80, and this is not good, clearly, and you still have this bit down here. Remember, there's no control going on here. These are just, this is noise, so I'm just running through the throttle. There's nothing else going on. Note that the noise floor here is extremely, extremely low. There is nothing else going on the craft, so whatever peaks that you see here are grossly exaggerated, and that is a good thing because it tells you what the frame is actually doing before you actually go out and fly it or test it in any other respect. So this is very helpful. Doesn't mean it's going to show up in actual flight, but it's very helpful. And then we look at the yaw, and we get a little bit of a wobble there in the yaw as well, which is to be expected because this is just what you would expect the arms to do. They're going to wobble in the yaw a little bit here and there as well. So this frame, I didn't actually make it to the 7-inch test because even on motor test, the whole structure was ringing such that I was worried about even doing a 5-inch test. In fact, I did a 5-inch test, and there's no motor filtering or really anything on here. I turned those on if necessary, but in this case, I could feel the frame ringing in such a manner that it just didn't even make me feel safe trying to fly it. Now, in retrospect, I probably should have, because I think this design probably would have performed pretty well, but nonetheless, this was not ideal. Here are the obvious issues with this general design. And these are the things I was testing as well. So the concept or the idea is that the twists on these arms in this direction would be isolated from the frame because it's like it has to go around in a circle to get there. And the hope and dream was that this piece, which is 10 millimeters thick by 13 millimeters wide, would not transmit the twist in this direction into the frame, so pitch would hopefully be clean. That is definitely not what happened. So what actually happened was this is definitely not robust enough to prevent transmitting the twist in the pitch direction into the frame. It actually amplified it and put all of it, because you have this giant torque lever twisting in this direction on this arm. However, yaw was pretty much clean, and roll was also very clean and not a problem as well. Roll with the 45-degree arm here is not going to have as much of an issue because there isn't as much up-down in this direction. Yaw would still be an issue because there's a yaw still in this direction, and the arm is wobbling in the front back like this. It's going like this. So that's where the yaw issue was coming in. But it's not a yaw, it's not an issue, it's just there. It's not going to cause any problems. So now let's jump to the newer design. And this is actually the 5-inch hover test. I've skipped the motor test. We'll just go to the 5-inch hover test here. It's just easier to see. The motor test was pretty clear. It's a waste of time to go over it with you guys. But so here is a 5-inch hover test, and this is the roll. Looks great. Real short hover test, but looks fantastic. You get those jaggedy lines at the bottom, which are super annoying. But now let's look at the yaw. Looks pretty good. This jaggedy stuff at the bottom, very frustrating. Then we look at the pitch, it's a freaking mess. Total disaster. This peak over here is frustrating and all this stuff is messy. But you know what? The physical experience of flying the craft on the 5-inch props was sufficient enough for me to move to 7-inch without feeling like the craft is going to kill me. You have to blend your experience with actually flying it versus what you see in the black box logs. What I'm looking for are things that are going to pop up and I won't notice, and it might lead to problems. Because again, safety first. I'm all about not killing myself. That's my number one objective here. This design is much more traditional, and that's why the overall resonance noise profile of this general design was more traditional, because it's more of an X. It's distributing the noise appropriately. It's transmitting it directly into the frame, much like a traditional X. No real surprise there. Looking at an actual flight test with this frame, I did throw a notch on there just to be super safe. And you look at the roll. Roll looks pretty good. The pitch looks pretty good. The yaw looks pretty good. Everything looks pretty good on this graph. So why am I getting these low throttle wobbles and even mid throttle, anywhere in the throttle? I just don't get a FPV video quality that is fully locked like a 5-inch. Now, what I'm gonna present is what I think is the problem with all of these weird wobbles and weird issues, and that is genuinely these little jagged edges at the bottom here. So this is noise. This is a motor test. That's noise down there, and this is not something that any kind of finite analysis has ever shown me, because this is at like 10 hertz. And when you have any kind of noise that low, you're never gonna have anything that flies cleanly. And I have never been able to find something that can clean up that particular area. And now it's not just like vibration noise, it's resonance noise. And that's why it's showing up here. And the difference between vibrations and resonance is extreme. Vibrations are fine. You can deal with vibrations. Resonance is the problem because it's like a feedback loop. So through my whole adventure of 7-inch, there's nothing I can do here. I'm like stuck. I'm at a loss for words at why I can't figure out how to deal with this. And now the positive thing here is that the H design did further validate my concept of H frame designs. So to show you an example, this is a design that I did test. I don't know if I put in a video or somewhere, but I did test this, and this design genuinely has very low noise. The problem with it is, and it's actually very lightweight as well because the arms are as short as possible. The problem with it is that it's just not durable. Having an arm that's at a 90-degree angle like that kind of doesn't matter how much you reinforce it. That is a huge amount of load that this 90-degree joint on the arm needs to undertake in a crash. So it just does not hold up. So it's not really reasonable. I do have a Cinewhoop kind of design that has a similar kind of structure. Now this did not quite work as well for various other theories that I have that I'm not going to go over, but that one did not validate the whole H concept that I have as to why an H works well. There's a bunch of other designs I've tested. This one was a problem across the board because the motors were uneven. This is a coaxial design where you had motors that were offset on the ends, and this just caused twists and wobbles in the arm that just could not be compensated for. Now this particular design, this one does work, but again, I had that offset motor. I hadn't figured out that that offset motor design was not a good idea. But this design does work well, but still I mean, those are still long spindly arms. They still result in some noise problems that can't be compensated for. And then we have this design. Now this design was a real funky one that I did test. It flew like garbage. I had to put like 2 notch filters on it. I don't know what the heck was going on in this design, but it felt solid, but it rang like a bell. It was just not sufficient in any respect. So why am I even talking about these vibrations? Because no matter what, you have to deal with this frustrating issue to get a craft that flies reasonably well to the point that you actually want to use it. And everything I built, all of it flies reasonably. I am really over-exaggerating these issues, but the problem is that my 5-inch crafts fly so well, it feels like I'm flying a simulator at this point. I need my 7-inch crafts to fly reasonably close to that so that I even want to fly them. Otherwise, I'm just flying a compromised pile of junk that I don't really want to fly, and that's just not fun. The other thing that I'm surprised nobody's ever asked me is why I bother doing any of this stuff at all. What am I even trying to do? What is my goal here? And I thank you for the community for never asking me this, but realistically, this is just my hobby. This is fun for me. So my goal for the 7-inch craft is really not a big goal here. It's like a multi-year effort that I've spent now trying to find ways, just learn about what I can do to get something that might execute on the couple of factors that I need to get a 7-inch craft that I personally want to use for really anything at all. And those 3 factors are, number 1, it's got to fly decent. It means everything really flies decent, but my standards is a lot higher than it really should be, but still, it's got to hit that standard that I need to make it somewhat enjoyable to even fly. Number 2, it cannot be finicky. If you look at this Red Bull craft, this thing is freaking awesome, but that looks like a science experiment. I don't want to fly a science experiment. I want to go out to the field or go out to a job or go out to whatever I'm doing and not have to worry that, oh my God, this might break, that might break. If I tumble or crash, I have to replace all these parts or deal with all this stuff. On top of all this, if you look at the flight qualities of any kind of a top speed craft like this, I've only flown 3 of them, and all of them have been very wonky. They've all been 5-inch. Actually, one was big enough to fit a 6-inch prop, but it wasn't really suitable for 6-inch because 6-inch, anything above 5-inch starts causing vibrational issues in the whole structure, which leads to even worse flight performance. But the main issue with these top speed crafts, if they're 5-inch, is that their weight distribution is so wonky that you just lose all fidelity of flight control. And you can regain it by improving your tuning and whatnot, some of it, but you're just not going to get anywhere close to what a traditional 5-inch would be. But that's okay because these crafts are designed for top speed. They're not designed to be nimble. I need something that will give me more speed, or not even speed, just efficiency in cruising. I don't really care about top speed. I just need it to cruise efficiently, and I need it to not be finicky. And so those are the three goals. I needed to fly reasonably well. I needed to have efficient cruising speed that's going to give me more ability to move for the battery expenditure. And number three, it needs to not be a finicky science experiment mess. Now I present this in kind of an aggravated manner because I have done this so much now, trying to find something in this category that is going to provide me with these three areas. That just doesn't seem to happen. I don't really know if it's going to happen. Now, you can build a 7-inch craft that gives you excellent flight performance. That's not impossible. The problem is that the frame you end up with is such a behemoth that it doesn't really do the cruising efficiency aspect, and I might as well just fly my 5-inch because I'm going to get similar efficiency or flight time or distance flown out of my 5-inch as I will out of a behemoth of a 7-inch that just is 7 inches for the sake of being 7 inches, but the frame is so massive and chunky and problematic that it's not going to give me the qualities that I want out of the 7-inch. So this is the next direction. This frame design and structure, awesome. If you want to build one for yourself, I will send you the part. Like, I'll send you the parts. You can put it together yourself. Just email, or don't email me. Message me on Facebook, and I will send you the parts, and you can go ahead and go nuts. I have no problems with that. It's good. It flies well. I just don't think it's sufficient enough to make it an actual product and start supporting it of anything of that sort. The next step would be to redesign the structure. The arm structure is really the most significant factor that's a challenge to deal with. But then also finding some sort of a more aerodynamic shell for this thing. Like, I gotta find a bottle of Coke or something that's reasonable enough, that doesn't have to be 3D printed. I don't have to custom vacuum form. I don't have to do anything fussy with. I can just like pop it over the top, and now I have a frame that's quite a bit more aerodynamic than a weird boxy carbon lattice structure than as what I have right now. So that's kind of the direction I would like to move in. Obviously, there's no, these are more concepts of an idea, as you would call them, not quite a true idea. Regarding the GoPro, I will not sacrifice a GoPro on the front. I refuse to get rid of just a traditional GoPro with the battery and everything. I just don't want to deal with fuss. I'm not someone that cares to save 10 grams for the sake of removing a battery and wiring the GoPro into the power so that I don't need a power source, and just too much. I ain't gonna run an exploded GoPro, too delicate, don't wanna deal with crashing and causing everything to destroy. Yes, I do crash, not a lot and not hard, but I do crash, and I don't wanna deal with problems after I crash. But for now, until then, floss your teeth, because flossing is the biggest money saver that you could possibly do that takes the least amount of effort.
For as long as people have been flying FPV drones, some of them have been asking, why do we have to use these stupid things? Not lithium batteries themselves. We wouldn't have FPV without lithium batteries, thanks to their incredible energy density and current capacity. But this style of battery is just a pain in the butt. Wouldn't it be nice if we could just stick this kind of battery in an FPV drone, fly it, charge it in just a charger where you just plunk it in like a AA battery, it charges it up, no settings, no nothing, just nice, handy, convenient batteries. Well, that is what we're looking at today. This is the newbie drone Lion Bee, and it is, in fact, a quadcopter from Newbie Drone, of course, and all you have to do is plug in a battery, and it's good to go. You want another one? Just take it out, grab it, fumble the battery, drop it on the floor. Why hasn't this idea taken off before now? Because this isn't the first time a drone like this has been made. Previous iterations on this type of drone struggled because, number one, the batteries didn't have enough current capacity. They couldn't deliver enough current. This thing, though, they've gotten a lot better. This thing's rated for like 35 amps nominally. Is that going to pan out in real life? And the other problem is that this only comes in one size. It's 3,000 milliamp hours, and it's relatively heavy compared to like an 800 or 900 milliamp hour lithium polymer battery that could deliver plenty of current and make something like this much lighter. But on the other hand, 3,000 milliamp hours should fly for a really long time. The question we're tackling in this video is, has this idea finally come of age? Has technology finally caught up and made this kind of drone, which is, to be fair, super convenient? Is it finally ready for prime time? I'm Joshua Bardwell, and you're going to learn something today. The first thing we have to do before we can fly this and find out if it's any good is build it, because Newbie Drone doesn't ship this quadcopter in the form that you see here. It ships as a development kit, and I don't really know why they're calling it a dev kit. Like, it's just a flight controller and a frame. What are you going to, like, develop? But whatever. It's a kit that you build. And so the first thing we're going to do in this video is I'm going to build it. And that will serve both as kind of like a tutorial for people who want to see how it builds, and also as part of like the review, because if you're going to sell it as a kit, then the process of building it is also the part of the process of deciding if you want to buy it. So if you want to see me build it, that's going to be the next part of the video, and then the part of the video after that will be me going outside and flying it. And if you're like, well, I just want to see how it flies, you can skip ahead. There's chapter markers down below. But now, let's get on with the build. Whenever you start working with a new frame, it's a good idea to orient yourself. It can be really easy to mix up the front and back of some frames, and also sometimes, including in this case, the frame will have a top and a bottom of the plate, so you can't just flip the plate over and have it work the same. With the Lion Bee, the front of the frame is going to be this flat section here, and the rear of the frame is going to be the side with this little U-shaped cutout. I assume that's going to be for the antenna or something. And then on the arms, take a look at this little cutout here and notice that on the other side of the arm, that cutout does not exist. That cutout is for the motor shaft, which sticks down just a little bit below the base of the motor. So this is going to be the top, and this is going to be the bottom. The motors are going to be the Newbie Drone Flow 1202 motors. It is really important when you're working with a 1S drone, especially a 1S drone with larger props, like these are 2.5, 3-inch props. It's really important that you get the exact right motor. When you have very small motors and very small props, even on a 1S battery, you just got massive KV. They're going to spin. You might get a little more flight time or a little less flight time, but you have a little bit of leeway in exactly what KV and what size motor you choose. Think about whoop-sized motors. They go from all the way down at 10 or 11,000 kV to all the way up to like 30 or 40,000 kV, and it kind of just works. But when you're working with larger props and lower voltage, like a 1S battery like we are here, and especially when you're working with a battery, a lithium-ion battery that doesn't have as high of an amp rating, although frankly, this 18650 battery we're going to be using probably will put out more amps than most like 1S whoop batteries. Anyway, apples to apples comparison. When you're working with a situation like this, we want to make absolutely sure we have the exact right motor. The KV is going to be very important to tune. A high KV will overdraw the battery and cause a lot of voltage sag. A lower KV will not give us the thrust we need to get that relatively big and heavy battery off the ground. The motor is 1202 in size and 11,420 kV. 420 kV, that's probably a coincidence. And I don't know, is that good for this prop? This is a, let's see, 30-20 prop. I guess we're going to find out. Presumably, Newbie Drone has done their work.
So for this first part of the build, you want to grab your frame and your motors.
Now, Newbie Drone says that these motors come with mounting screws and you should not use them, presumably because they're the wrong length for this frame. I do not seem to have any screws with my motors, so there's no chance of me using the wrong ones. The screws that you want to use are these M2 by 4mm screws that come with the Lion Bee kit. We're going to use those for the motors and other places in the build. Hi, it's Joshua from the future. These are the 6mm screws that come with the motors that you're not supposed to use. But the question that I don't have an answer to is, where are the 4mm screws that are supposed to come with the kit? I have got 5 M2x4s, but that's not enough to mount all the motors and do everything else we're supposed to do with the 4mm screws. I don't seem to have enough 4mm screws. Maybe they were left out of my kit, I don't know. I'm checking with Newbie Drone to see what they say. In the meantime, thank goodness, I have a bag of M2x4mm screws that I found from a while back that I will be using. As always when installing motors, the motor wire should go up the arm towards the center of the frame, and the best way to do it is to start with one screw sort of loosely inserted, and then get the second screw and line up the motor hole and get that one in. Only tighten down the screws after you have all the screws sort of loosely started. Because once you tighten it down, the motor won't want to move. Also, Newbie Drone recommends using only 2 screws.
I don't think I've had
anybody
come.
Weight. You could do 4 screws if you want a little bit more durability. We're going to go with 2 screws here. You just got to make sure they're good and snug, and they do have Loctite on them, which from the factory, which is going to help make sure they don't work loose. There we go. I'm going to get the other 3 motors off camera.
So after installing your motors, now we're going to go ahead and prepare the camera. So you want to go and grab the same screws, the canopy, your camera, your ELRS antenna, your VTX antenna, and a zip tie.
The canopy is oriented like this with the top and the bottom, and obviously the front and the back. And for the camera, the cable comes out the bottom. So the camera is going to go in like this, and the camera is just going to slide in like so. Wire is going to come out the back to one side or the other, and we're going to line up the camera's mounting holes with the holes in the canopy here, and we're going to use those same M2 by 4mm screws that we used to mount the motors to mount the camera. Next, we'll take the video camera, and it's just going to slide down.
But it's the same KV,
It's
so
not going to fit. Okay, so we'll just open up the slit in the back, and we'll push it in. And what we do? There we go. There we go. There we go. Just going to put that in there. When you put the antenna in, rotate the antenna, say like that, so that the UFL connector faces up like this, because the connector is going to be on the underside of the board. Here it is right here. And so that you don't want that cable to be twisted. It'll make it want to pull off. And then we're going to secure the antenna, but before we do that, we want to make sure it's the right height. If it sticks out like this, it may, I'm not sure, but I think it may hit the bottom plates. We're just going to pull that up slightly so it's got just a little bit of clearance above the bottom. So we're going to take a zip tie. We're going to pass that zip tie around. May need to get a tweezers to pull it. Yes, I got it. Jesus Christ. Tweezers was not cutting it. We've gone to a forceps. It will let us to actually get a goddamn grip. There we go. And we'll just cinch that down. And usually when I do this kind of thing, I like to have 2 zip ties just for a little extra tension, but I think that was enough of a pain in the butt. I won't. We'll really get that nice and tight so it's compressing the TPU and squeezing it in to help hold the antenna in place. There we go. The Express LRS antenna is going to mount through these small holes here. We're just going to slide the UFL connector back through the bottom like that, and then we'll just wiggle it through these holes. And everything bends, just yeah, just there you go, and get it back straight into shape.
Now that we have the whole front set up, now let's go ahead and install it. But before you do, you want to make sure that you grab the correct screws. These are M2 6mm, and there's 3 of them. So obviously you're going to need 2 to install the front of the canopy, and they're going to go in the bottom. And obviously they're going to be M1.5.
M2 by 6mm and 3 of them. Well, I guess I got all these extras from the motors that I don't need. Where's my M2 by 4mm, Big Drone? Those 6mm screws are going to go up through these holes in the frame, from the bottom side, of course, and they are going to go into these holes on the camera pod. There is no standoff or anything in there. They're just going to go into the TPU, and the TPU is going to be thick enough that it's going to grip. I will say that getting these started can be a little tricky. You kind of got to press and squeeze and get the threads to bite, because there aren't any threads in the TPU. It just is, you know, it's just squeezing on the middle.
Oh,
and also,
buddy.
if it's not lined up exactly right, it's not going to dig into the TPU correctly, and it's not going to want to screw down. There we go. I can, nope. See, I'm just off center or something. You got to kind of find the very beginning of the hole for the screw hole and just kind of like press against it and turn the screw and hope it bites. Now, when you tighten those down, you know, wait until you feel them fully seat, but then don't keep going because you'll just rip out the TPU, right? You're going to feel it get snug, and then it's kind of, you could kind of keep rotating it, but it's not going to get any tighter, and it might get looser.
Now let's go ahead and move on to the back for our GPS unit. So let's go ahead and install that.
The GPS that comes with the kit is this M10 Micro GPS. It is truly small and perfect for this little quadcopter. It's going to be really nice being able to have GPS functionality on it. We could have return to home. We could have, you know, altitude hold, all that stuff coming from the GPS. It's also got a compass on board, so just very, very full featured for something this small. It will be interesting to see if we can get clean GPS and compass readings on a quadcopter this small. I guess the motors aren't pulling a lot of current, so that's good. It's going to limit the interference.
We're going to be using the same screws again, the M2 4mm screws. We got 21 of those.
No, we don't. We don't have 21 of them. What are you talking about? So I'm going to get out my 2 by 4mm that I have. Should have left those out the last time. Should have known we were going to need them again.
And then you want to go ahead and grab your screw, and just as simple as it is, screw it from the top. Make sure both sides are good, and there we go.
Does that just screw right into the carbon? Is that the intent? That's surprising. I'm not sure I've seen that before. Okay, let's see how that goes. And this is going to be the bottom of the GPS holder, and here's the top, and the screws are good. You can see we've got a little cutout there. I am tempted to put a washer on these because I always find that in situations like this, the TPU is soft enough that it just kind of rips out. But whatever, we'll do it the way we're told. And I'm also very suspicious of the decision to make the screws screw straight into the carbon. And the reason I'm suspicious of that is that when you're cutting carbon, there is a small change in dimensions when you have a fresh bit on the mill versus when the bit is getting dull. And so like it seems like making these holes sized just right that the M2 screw goes into them, it seems like if there's not extremely tight tolerances on the manufacturing of the carbon fiber frame, they're going to end up either too small or too loose. Mine working just fine. I would also say that when you're screwing into TPU like this, that don't screw it as tight as you can because you will just go all the way through the TPU and crush it. Another reason why I like to use washers in this situation, we're just going to screw it down until we feel it sort of digging in and biting. The screws do seem like they're very snug. It doesn't seem like they're going to back out or need a nut or a nylock or anything like that. That seems fine. Overall, it seems fine, but it seems like it is engineered with very little tolerance for things to not be as they're intended to be. And we all know that in real life, things sometimes are how they're not intended to be. I guess what I'm saying is it seems like it's working now, but I wouldn't be surprised if at some point in the future for somebody, it didn't work out well. I could be wrong.
The next step is going to be the flight controller, and obviously before you install it, there's a few things you have to do real quick, and that is going to be the grommets.
My flight controller came from the factory with the grommets pre-installed, so that's nice. As he says though, if you have to install them, there is a short side and a long side. The short side goes on top, the long side goes on bottom, and you should put them up from the bottom so you squeeze the short side through the hole, not the long side. And you kind of just carefully sort of push them through. I like to use a 1.5mm driver and install the grommets, the gummies, on the flight controller. I'm also noticing that my battery tray is pre-installed, which yours may or may not be. In the instructional video, his is not pre-installed, and you have to just slide this down, this plastic piece down, on top of the battery prongs. To mount the flight controller on the frame, we're going to grab these screws, the M2x12 and the M2x10. The 12mm is going to go on the short side, here and here, and the 10mm is going to go on the long side, there and there. I assume there's a good reason for that. Oh, I see why. It's to hold the battery tray down, which, again, mine is pre-installed. His has not been installed yet in the official instructional video. When we install the flight controller on the frame, pay attention. There is a front-facing arrow right here. The negative side goes toward the front, and the positive side goes toward the rear. You're also going to want to plug in your Express LRS and your video antenna before you mount the flight controller, because those connectors are on the bottom side of the board, and they're going to be a little tricky to get at if you don't. Those connectors are going to be here in the corner for the video, and here for the Express LRS. And they did use the smaller size of UFL connector for the Express LRS antenna. This is, I feel like this is a controversial decision. On the one hand, it means that you can't get them backwards, but on the other hand, almost everybody in the world uses this size of UFL connector for both video and control, and it means that if you were to buy or have laying around a third-party Express LRS antenna, you wouldn't be able to use it with this flight controller. The usual argument that's made is that the smaller UFL connector is important for very, very small Whoop class flight controllers because they don't have a lot of space on the board. But here, you can clearly see there's plenty of room to put the bigger connector on. They've just decided to be consistent between that, all their other flight controllers, and I guess that is what it is. You're going to have to use a newbie drone UFL with this one. Also, I mean, it's so much smaller. It's just that much easier to break and that much more of a hassle to get on. We got to do it, though. There we go. That is on. So now the Express LRS antenna is connected. Next, it seems like the easiest thing to do will be the camera, which is going to go into this plug here. Which way goes up? I believe it's going to be this way. Oh yeah, that seems like that was correct. And feel it's not lined up. There it is. Got it. So now we have the Express LRS antenna, we have the camera, and we have the video antenna connected as they should. Next, we're going to install the GPS on the flight controller, and you are not going to use this cable that came with the GPS. You can set that aside and save it for later, or just throw it out. That would be used to solder the GPS to a traditional flight controller. Newbie Drone has included this cable, which goes in the GPS on one side and the flight controller on the other, and it's just going to save you having to solder. And that is going to plug in here on the back of the flight controller, right near the USB. It's going to be this connector here, and it does angle inwards so that the wire sort of comes out the center. That's what the wire is going to look like when it's fully inserted, and if you're not sure which way the plug is up, you can take a look at my wires, how they are. That should be the correct direction. I like to give it a couple little twists just to keep the wires neat. And then what we're going to do is we will just pass that down through this hole. We're not going to mount the GPS yet, but we'll just put the wire waiting for us when the time comes. Okay, so that wire is coming out that hole there in the back, and now we can go ahead and mount the flight controller. It's a little hard to get this on camera, but the screw is going to come from this standoff into this hole, and in order to do that you have to kind of push up, and you can see, do you see how the video antenna wire is being compressed? So I think what you want to do is you want to kind of loop that around the gummy, so it kind of makes a U around the gummy, and the UFL connector is coming back at an angle as opposed to sticking out this way. If it's this way, it's going to kind of get squished in the front of this gummy. You see how I've got the video antenna wire is wrapped around that standoff and coming up to here, as opposed to going here and getting kind of all squished up in this area. So yeah, try to do that. Seems right. So we're going to grab our 10mm screws, and they are going to go from the top down. Again, just like the GPS mount, they're going to go straight into the carbon.
You're watching a video while you stream. Yeah. Your guidance.
It's a really bold move.
I was watching Kebab. Like, I've just watched a bunch of
screw threads straight into carbon fiber.
Your desk pad is full for the stream.
Like, no one does this. I've never seen anyone do this. It's always either a press nut
what do you call that?
or a nut on the underside.
Four motors, so it's still a quad.
It's a Y4.
Like
a Y4?
that, either you're brilliant and you've invented something that no one has thought to do before, or there's a reason no one has done it.
It is a tricocker,
and you're like you think you're clever.
Tricocker has a servo.
And it's going to come back and bite you, or more accurately, bite your
motor.
customers later. Like,
right? So
will these wallow out over time if I have to replace this flight controller or take these screws out for any reason? Yeah, absolutely. Carbon will wallow out over time. Will there be issues with the machining where the tolerances are not exactly right and the screw is a little too loose or a little too tight? I think that seems inevitable, right? It just seems like obviously that's going to happen. And if Newbie Drone had an unimpeachable track record of innovating, of doing things that made people go, oh, that's weird, no one's done that before. Why are you doing that? If they had an unimpeachable track record of doing that and being right, then I would be like, well, they get the benefit of the doubt. But Newbie Drone often does things that no one else is doing. And sometimes they're brilliant, and sometimes there's a reason why they did it, and I understand the reason, but actually it makes a worse experience for their customers. So I don't necessarily think that they have the benefit of the doubt on this one. I don't know. Like, all you would need to do is make the screw just a little longer and then have an M2 nylock nut that would go on. It would never come off. It would add a little bit of weight, though, wouldn't it? Yeah, there's always a reason why Newbie Drone does what they do. It's a good reason, but it's not necessarily a net positive for the customer in the long run, in my humble opinion. Those screws are going to go in until they're about flush with the bottom plate, and that will give them just the right amount of compression on these gummies to have the shock absorption without overly crushing the gummies and ruining the shock absorption. Next, we're going to install the GPS. We're going to do that by plugging in. Again, make sure you don't plug in upside down. It can be a little difficult to feel the right way where it's engaging and wants to go in versus there we go. You can kind of feel it want to go in if you're delicate. If you're not delicate, you will just ruin it. And then the Newbie Drone logo is the one with the antenna. This side that says M10 Micro GPS, that side goes down and the Newbie Drone logo goes up. And that is just going to squish in here, sort of wrap around like so. There you go. Again, this is the underside that's facing down, and here is the top side facing up.
Let's go ahead and do the final steps, and that's going to be soldering the motors to the flight controller.
I think I'm going to give the motor wires a twist, just because it'll help keep them neat. They're relatively thin, and if we just have them loose, they'll kind of be all straggly. The other thing that's going to do is help take up some of the slack. When you twist wires like this, you just don't want to twist them to that point where it starts to kink back on itself, right? But you want to just get a nice spiral, no tension on the wires. And if we look at the length of the wires, we can see that the wire is like almost the perfect length. Rather than like try and get it the perfect length and risk cutting it too short, I'm just going to give it a twist. I'm going to cut the connector off, and I'm going to strip and tin the motor wires. This is not going to be a soldering tutorial. I'm going to assume that you know how to solder. If you need a soldering tutorial, then I will put a link in the video description below to my soldering tutorial. It does occur to me that almost every part of this build is solder free. And so you might be asking, well, why did they make me solder the motor wires when they could have made the whole build solder free by putting plugs on the flight controller? But I gotta say, I agree with this decision because the plugs have higher resistance. They have higher electrical resistance, and they make the motors perform worse, and especially on a little 1S build like this, we need the most efficiency we can possibly get. So I think I agree with this decision. Don't worry about which wire goes to which of the 3 motor pads. The specific way it's wired up controls whether the motor spins clockwise or counterclockwise, and we can sort that out in Betaflight later. We've got all 4 of the motors soldered to the flight controller now. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to get these 4 pieces of tape that come with the kit, and we're going to tape the motor wires down. This is a very nice fabric tape that Newbie Drone has included I like fabric tape for taping motor wires down. You can buy wire harness tape on Amazon. It's kind of a fabric, abrasion resistant. It's pretty good. A little more durable than electrical tape. Electrical tape's made from PVC or nylon, and it splits, whereas the fabric tape has a little bit more give to it. This is a nice thin tape as well. Very good, lightweight for this micro-sized build. Just going to tape that down neatly, like you see there.
All right, so now we're in the last step so we can plug in our battery. So what you're going to need is your battery holder, your battery strap, and also those M2 12mm screws that I mentioned earlier.
So this is a little bit weird because mine came from the factory with the battery holder already installed, and it came with a separate battery holder. I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe they've started shipping it with the battery holder pre-installed, or maybe this is just a case where the YouTube creator got something that's a little different than the actual customer gets. I guess what we'll do is we'll just watch the official installation instructions in case you're following this video, but I will not be following along with that step because mine's already installed.
The cool thing is, let's say I'm flying and I break it. The cool thing is that NewbieDrone provides 2 of these.
Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. This is a spare in case the other one breaks, but it still doesn't explain why it's pre-installed. Yeah, so from the instructions in the manual, it looks like it just slides down over the top, and then the screws go through here to hold it on. This is attached. I cannot figure out what's attaching it to the flight controller. Like, I really cannot. Is there an adhesive? Is there... It is thoroughly attached. Is it? It's not glued down. It just seems to be attached by the... Oh, okay, I don't know what I did differently. Now it just slid up. Maybe it wasn't attached that well to... Oh, just needed a wiggle. Okay, well, it was really attached, but apparently it just needed a wiggle. So that just slides off or slides on. Great. No problem. That is going to make it easy. Oh, see, no, now it doesn't want to come again. There's something about, like, you have to wiggle it a certain way to get it to release. That's weird. Oh, there we go. I got it. Now I can put the battery strap underneath. It does come with 2 battery straps, so make sure you separate those. Don't accidentally install both of them as if they were one. And it's going to go fuzzy side down and Velcro side up. I guess both sides are Velcro technically. Pass that under there and press that down. That's correct. And then we're going to get our 12mm screws, and they are going to go in the front and back, coming down from the top and into the carbon. Make sure that your GPS wires are not, well, number one, make sure you're not like screwing into the GPS wires, but number 2, make sure that they are neatly to one side of the standoff so that, I don't know, just because that's the right way to do it. Once those 2 12mm screws are installed front and rear and screwed into the proper tension, that is the finished build for this Lion Bee. The only thing left to do is a smoke check. And very nice feature, NewbieDrone has got reverse polarity protection on this flight controller. So if you accidentally plug the battery in backwards, no harm done. Normally the smoke would come out of another flight controller like this. Instead, we just put it in the right way, and I mean, what's to smoke check? It's just a complete build, but there we go. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You knew it was going to happen, didn't you? You should have known it was going to happen. You want to see how this happens? That probably means you're going to watch the rest of the video. And if you do watch the rest of the video, hey, consider joining my Patreon. Easy way to support me, the best way to support me, a couple dollars a month, link in the video description below if you feel that I've earned it. And if you don't feel that I've earned it, then keep watching the content. Like, I don't care. I'm not going to stop making it, but I sure would love you to think about whether you think I'm worth $2 a month or more, maybe more. Link in the video below. Now it's time to find out how this thing flies. And I want to preface this by saying I don't expect this to be like a freestyle monster, but that's not what it's intended to be. I am going to do a full throttle punch out. I am going to see how hard we can push it in sharp turns just because I always want to know that about drones. But ultimately, we have to kind of set our expectations for what it's actually meant to be. Doesn't get any easier than that. Where'd the battery strap go? I lost the battery strap. I haven't even test hovered this, have I? Oh, okay. All right, so let's see here. Hover throttle is going to be, 18%. This might be a freestyle monster. That's a surprisingly good thrust to weight ratio. Like the lower the hover throttle, the higher the thrust to weight ratio, right? I'm not going to push it just yet, because the other thing I'm not convinced about it will be its crashability. So I don't want to just destroy it. How many amps are we pulling? 8, 9 amps, 10 amps, assuming that's accurate, which we'll see how much flight time we get off this 3000 milliamp hour battery. The camera is really bad. I don't know. All micro, ultra lightweight cameras are compromising to some degree because the sensor is so small. Newbie drones, are they worse than usual? I feel like they are. I'm sorry. I was gonna be like, oh, I don't know, maybe they're all bad. I feel like newbie drones are worse than some of the others. But you know, there you go. It's a little bobbly there. Okay. Okay. We haven't really done anything yet, but just this kind of slow flying. I'm pretty happy with it. It just feels like a drone, right? That's the first thing I think you want when you're going to try to do something different. Like, I'm going to fly a drone on an 18650 cell instead of a lithium polymer cell. Like, the first thing you can do is meet the baseline of the way I'm used to drones flying, and then you could exceed it. Make it better in some way. Like, the first thing I'm going to do is look for things to complain about. Let's do a full throttle punch out. Let's see how it punches out. Ready? 3, 2, 1. It's not the worst. I'll do a little dive here. Pulled out of the dive just fine. Well, I have to scratch my nose. Oh God, video's being shitty. What's the video doing? What's the video doing? What was that? Oh, I held my radio up near my face. That's my fault. I was trying to scratch my nose. Okay. Okay, let's do another dive. Got some shakes when we go up high. And no, yaw wash out in the dive. Oh, no, as I turned there, no, nothing weird. Got down full throttle there just because I didn't want to hit the ground. But that's just flying better than I expected. Certainly better than oh, there's some big bobbles there, okay. Certainly better than previous drones I've flown off an 18650, which were very compromised. Camera's not helping. Oh, big bobbles there. Okay. Okay, got started to get a little excited doing freestyle. How's my battery life? 3.86 volts, doing great. Big bobbles there, big bobbles there. I mean, generally what you would expect from something like this is you would have relatively small and light motors to try to improve the flight time, and that would make them not very torquey. Coming under this tree, the camera is not filling me with confidence because I just cannot see the little details. I mean, analog is not the best for that, but it could be better than this. Nevertheless, how's the video transmitter? I haven't really pushed range on the video transmitter. Let's go behind the house here. It's hanging in there. We should nominally be at 400 milliwatts, which I think is the max. It just says max. This is a fun to fly, though. What if we go behind the house? Oh, right, I gotta turn my head. I gotta turn my head. Gotta stay. Okay, see how dark that is? I can't really see anything. Let me turn my head slightly to get... So go behind the house. Yeah, we're doing okay, as long as I turn my head just a smidge. Oh God, can't see, can't see. Can't see. I think there's no chance of getting out of that without... the motors just don't have enough torque to bust out of that. I got to go retrieve it. No damage done. Wasn't a hard crash. I do not have the props screwed on. I just have them friction fit for convenience and weight savings. Props did not come off. We got a bend here in the camera, or the antenna tube. It is a kind of a stiff plastic that is going to kink and crease and bend. I guess it was enough weight. Should that be like a floppy fabric? I don't know. Let's keep flying. Happy that the battery didn't pop out. Yeah, so the issue there was I couldn't see because of the camera being shitty. Honestly though, like, this is a very enjoyable drone to fly. As long as you kind of stick to the more cruisy style of flying. Don't try to do any like snappy, oh, okay. Oh, hey, good job.
There we go.
Don't try to do any snappy freestyle tricks too much. Came back up from that hitting the ground. The motors have enough torque to stop that spin and to recover. That's nice. This is all right. This is all right. I don't hate this. This is going to be bad video if I drop down in here because of where the house is between me. Yeah, so I'm going to have to stay in this area. Little bobbles there, little bobbles. Like if the battery's getting weaker, I can feel the throttle getting mushy. I'm higher in the throttle now as I start pushing a little. How much can it do racy kind of stuff, like sharp turns? The throttle is super mushy. I can't look down to see if the battery's sagging. Big bobbles as we go through the turns. Nevertheless, this is not like the worst. Like 7 years ago, if a 5-inch quad flew like this, I would have said it was the best quad I'd ever flown. You know. I mean, for a 1S off an 18650, this is ridiculous. And we're at 356 volts, and this battery will go down to 3.0 volts, no problem. 2.7, 2.8 maybe. So like 7 minutes of flight time. We're nowhere near the end of this battery. I can feel that I'm higher in the throttle than I was. I might want to do some VBAT sag compensation in beta flight to give me more consistent throttle response over the whole battery, because this battery is just going to have a wild difference in its throttle response from full to empty compared to a traditional LiPo. Oh, where am I going? Where am I going? Can't see where I'm going. Where am I going? I can't see where I'm going. I got too carried away. But still fine. Full throttle punch out, 3.2, still hanging in there. A little bit of sag on the battery, but like going from 3.5 to 3.2 is nothing for this battery. That's well above like, oh, you're almost empty. You just gotta kind of dial it back a little bit to its capabilities. Oh, wow, needed more throttle than I expected there. Okay, oh, woo, okay. Turtle mode, shall we? Hello, did I configure turtle mode on this drone? I thought I did. Hello? No, I guess I didn't. Well, isn't that something? Yeah, I was gonna do it. I was gonna do it for this frame. We will have to replace the entire bottom plate. That's to be expected on a drone this size class. That's a single piece bottom plate, a lot of cutouts for weight saving. That'll involve taking the motors off, taking the camera cage off, taking the flight controller off, take out some screws, put it back on, be back in the air again. You know what, actually, no, hold on. No conclusion yet. There's one more thing I gotta check, and that's, I wanted to check the GPS performance, because on a small drone like this, with the GPS so close in, was it worth a damn at all? Let's do that real quick, and then we'll do a conclusion. Can't read the, here, just go there. Go, there we go. No, I still can't read it in the upper right. It's still blown out. It's, where'd the, I'll put my, I know it needs to be in the sun. How about that? There we go. Okay. Yeah. Give it a second to lock sats. 9 sats, 8 sats, 9 sats. That's decent. The HDOP is going between 3 and 4, which is not good. You want an HDOP, that's the horizontal declination of precision. Basically, it's when the GPS says you're here, you are actually within a circle around that point. And how big is that circle? Obviously, the smaller the circle, the more precise the GPS. We can see here we've got 9 to 10 sats, 8, 9, 10 sats being locked, but an HDOP only of 4.9, which is really quite bad. You want an HDOP below 2.0, 2 meters. And, oh, it just went up. 1.7, that's good. That's good enough. Below 1.0 is fantastic. Below 2.0 is acceptable. Okay, so this GPS basically passes muster. The other thing I want to know is, like, how is the compass performance? Because again, on a small drone like this, and especially with an 18650 cell, they make a lot more electromagnetic interference than a pouch cell. So first of all, is the compass, like, accurate? Let me get out my compass app on my phone. North is this way. Which way is north? That, which way is north? The other thing I want to know is, I can't fly the drone because it's broken, but if I spin the motors and draw power, does the compass precess due to electromagnetic interference? Here, let's test that. So I'm gonna arm the drone carefully while holding it. See if I hurt my fingers. Hopefully no. And I'm not gonna move the drone at all, and I'm gonna see if the compass moves as I move, raise the throttle. No. Wait a second though. Hang on. Why does it say I'm facing south? I'm facing north. That's north. Why does it say I'm facing south? That's not north. Okay. I don't know what's up there. That's weird. All right. So the compass calibration seems not right. What I would do, flight testing would help, but I can't fly it anymore. It seems like the compass is not immediately actually correct. The compass did not move when I raised the throttle, but it also was pointing 180 degrees the wrong direction, which oftentimes means that you're getting electromagnetic interference. And frankly, having the compass right next to the terminal of the battery, the positive terminal of the battery, I think the compass is going to be absolutely unusable on this, just based on my past experience with other drones where the compass was close to the terminal of an 18650 cell. I think you're going to find that the compass is no good, and you're going to want to go into Betaflight and turn off MAG, turn off the compass in the configuration tab, so that Betaflight relies only on the GPS. The GPS seems to be doing okay. You can get a heading indicator off the GPS, although it only works when you're flying straight forward. If you hover in place, if you rotate in place, or if you fly sideways, the GPS heading will be incorrect because it's based on your direction of travel, not your actual direction you're facing. It doesn't matter because Betaflight only has rudimentary return to home. If you are trying to do Betaflight return to home or GPS rescue, as Betaflight calls it, and you're getting weird, wild things, turn the MAG off, and I bet that'll fix it. If it works for you, great. That means the compass is working. What's the conclusion about this little guy? Should you buy it? This is the best 18650 1S drone I've ever flown. I think it's one of the best in existence. Now, somewhere out there's someone who's made one that they think is better. I haven't flown it, and they're mad right now because Bardwell is only considering a commercial product, not a little one-off product that I made that's super good. What can I say? Can't judge what I didn't fly. And it's very good, and it is an achievement. But should you spend your hard-earned money and buy it? I don't know, Because, like, here's the thing. You're gonna crash. You're gonna crash. If you fly a drone, you're gonna crash it. Unless you just fly it, like, slowly up in the sky, and who wants to do that? You want to get going. You're going to crash it, and eventually it is going to break. And it didn't take that much to break this. This thing has enough power. It has plenty of power. I got 7-8 minutes, and this battery was, I probably can get, I would guess, 15 minutes of flying. And that wasn't even terribly sedate flying. You could make this a little heavier, newbie drone. You could make this a little heavier. You could make the bottom plate a little more durable, and I think it would be much better. What if you, like, could you double the thickness of the bottom plate? How much weight would that add? And then your hover point would go from 17% on the throttle, which is pretty freaking powerful. It would go up to like 22 or 25%, which is still fine. And then you'd have just a little more durability and a little more ability to enjoy this. I don't know, presumably Newbie Drone thought of that, and there's a reason they didn't go that way. But for me, I think that as much fun as this is to fly and as convenient as it is to just be able to dunk, good to go, I think that I would be annoyed with how often I would break the damn thing and how much time I would spend replacing the bottom plate if I actually spent my own money to buy it. But you might feel differently. If you crash less than me, if you're looking for the convenience of just dunk and go fly, and the convenience of being able to charge without dealing with a traditional LiPo charger, just slot it in, charges up, and go. There's certainly a lot to be said for this thing, and I stand by that this is the best 1S 18650 drone I've ever flown. I wish that it were more durable, I said that. I wish that the compass could be made to work better, maybe move this a little further away, or maybe that's just a lost cause. I wish that there was an iNav target for this flight controller so I could really start to, if I got 15 minutes of flight time, I could do some cool iNav waypoint return to home stuff. It would be fun to be able to treat this as a dev kit. You know, recently I was trying to figure out how to do something with waypoints in iNav, and there was a fair chance that I was going to crash the drone trying to figure it out. And I really wished that I could take just a little small drone like this and set a couple waypoints in a field and like just fly it in a square without risking a big 7-inch drone or a 5-inch drone and have no risk of like hurting anybody or damaging anything if things went wrong. I thought this would have been really cool if it had iNav on it. Newbie drone, make an iNav target for this. Oh, by the way, wish list. I wish this was a standard Betaflight target. I wish that they had put a serial Express LS receiver on here instead of SPI. Guess what? I heard a rumor that they're going to do that because they heard the backlash. That may not, you may not get that depending on when you buy it, but they may fix that. But the custom targets are also annoying. I know Newbie Drone has talked about why they do that. It's still annoying. Why can't I have an iNav target for this? Give it to me. I think that's more than enough conclusion. The only thing left to say is if you have decided you want to buy this, go down in the video description and pick it up. From the links in the video description, they're affiliate links. If you value the work that I do here, if you enjoy the content, and God knows if you watch it to the end, you must have enjoyed it, or maybe you just were not paying attention. Just left it running while you went to take a shower. Use those links in the video description below. I get a small commission, and it really helps me out. Do you want to see how far we've come? I'm going to put a card on screen to the last time I reviewed a 1S 18650 drone. And first of all, you're going to see young Bardwell, because this was years ago, and I think you're going to be really appreciative of how much better this is compared to how sucky that one was. I don't know. It's been a while since I saw the video. Maybe you feel differently. Here's the card. And the link in the video description below if you don't see the card. See you there.
Between concrete walls, there's a place for us What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I am Joshua Bardwell. But you already knew that, didn't you? Did you? You already knew that. I am super excited to be with you guys today because I've got some very, very special guests on my stream today. You know, you guys know that normally on my stream we do Q&A. You ask questions and I answer your questions. But today we're going to be asking questions of some people who are probably some of the smartest people out there today about FPV motors. And let me go ahead and introduce them to you guys. Who is this guy talking? Game of Drones. Shut up. Get out of here. You know who I am, aren't you? Here we go. I've got right here, this guy we're looking at right now is Ryan Harrell. Ryan is the founder of MiniQuadTestBench.com, website where he tests motors and ESCs in more depth than just about anybody. In addition, Ryan is the designer of frames for Lumineer. I think whenever I have questions about how motors perform, I have always gone to Ryan and asked him. In fact, we've got some interviews we did on my channel previously where we talked about this stuff. And yeah, so that's right. Ryan has a lot of test bench. Not that Ryan doesn't fly, but he's got a lot of test bench experience with motors, probably as much or more than anybody else out there. Now, this guy, let me pin his video. A lot of you guys may not know Chris Rosser. Chris Rosser has just, in the last couple of weeks or maybe months, started doing a whole bunch of analysis on frames and motors from an academic background. Chris's background is in aerospace. I'll let him tell you what his actual degree is in or whatever. But he's been doing CAD analysis of frame resonance and motors. And Chris recently released a video making some pretty interesting claims about how motors work and what the best motor is. And I'm really excited to dive into those claims. Now, the last person on the stream, let me remove pin. There we go. This handsome guy is a dentist. No, he is in fact a dentist. This is Kebab FPV, Bob Ruge. In addition to making people's teeth beautiful, Bob is a frame and motor designer. He sells his frames and motors over at FPVcycle.com as well as other places. And the reason Bob is here is because I think Bob has flown more different varieties of motor than just about anybody out there. Bob will buy motors from his manufacturer and he'll say, well, I ordered a 1303, a 1303.25, a 1303.5, a 1303.75. He'll order them and he'll try them all. He's flown and he spends a lot of time thinking about how motors fly. So we're going to talk about motors. I'm going to be checking out you guys as well. Here we go. Here in the chat, I'm going to be checking you guys out. If you want to leave a super chat, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions. We're going to be taking questions from the chat, but I have a feeling we're going to also just be talking and arguing with each other so much. So if you want to make sure your question gets answered, definitely hit the $, leave a super chat, and I will also be checking out the Discord. But I want to start, Brandon Bentley. Bob is responsible for improving the dental health of the FPV community. That is actually true. I want to start. Let me remove Bob's pin. Okay. I want to start with a claim that Chris made. in his motors video that the number one, that the way to think about a motor is performance. If you could sort of pick one thing to define a motor's performance, you might pick the torque of the motor, and that's going to determine a whole bunch of other performance characteristics. And Chris said that the torque of a motor is basically related to the volume of the motor stator. That's it. And not a whole bunch of other, like a lot of people think that the shape of a motor decides whether it's torquey down low or torquey up high. And Chris, you said the volume of the motor and not the shape determines the torque. Is that right?
Sure. So I guess I should preface this by saying that my aim with that video was to try and get some points across, some simple rules of thumb that could really help people with making choices about what motor to buy. And I know that motor performance is a hugely complex topic, but I wanted to try and pick something that has a real impact. And I felt that the envelope volume of the stator, based on the analysis that I did, which you can watch in the video, really the envelope volume of the stator was one of the critical parameters. And it's not the only parameter, but it's one of the easiest ones that people can quantify and that people can use to make good choices about what motor to get for a particular build.
I don't think anybody would argue that the volume of the motor is important. Ryan or Bob, where do you guys come in on this? Do you agree that the volume of the motor basically determines how much torque the motor makes?
I mean, I agree with the point that it's the easiest one to quantify in that regard. I mean, obviously there's many factors that go into the torque that a motor produces, but when you're looking at, and it's also important, I think, to point out that modern FPV motors, anything manufactured within the last year or two, has the other factors involved are all in a fairly narrow window of performance. They're all manufactured to fairly similar specifications. Even if you take a really inexpensive motor like an Emax Eco, the first edition Emax Eco, and you compare it to a really high performance top tier motor, there is a difference. I'm not going to say that there's not, but the window of difference compared to the total window of available performance variation is smaller than you might think. So in that regard, probably if you're looking at the motor, the stator volume is going to be a very good indicator of the kind of where it sits in the torque production, kind of spectrum.
Yeah, Bob, sorry about that, guys. Bad moderator. I threw to two of you at the same time. I'll try to do better. Bob, go ahead. What were you going to say? Torque and volume.
So the volume absolutely is a very obviously important indicator. However, I have a question about how magnets work that I want to ask Ryan and Chris. And I think we should actually start from the magnets and go in, because the volume, it depends on a lot of factors, and plus the inner area of the volume doesn't actually do anything. So like it's all bearing and shaft and everything. And so what you're really getting at is the surface area of interaction between the actual stator pole and the magnets. So by increasing the volume, of course, you're going to increase that surface area. However, as you go higher, you're going to increase that surface area a lot more. But that's not the only way. And as Chris has a very interesting theory about like the advantages of having potentially advantage of having a shorter motor and the extra benefit you get from having just a shorter motor in various. Anyways, continue on.
So Bob, I think what you're getting at is that as the motor volume goes up, there's some part of the motor volume that is made up of the bearing and the shaft, obviously. But then the rest of it is the winding and the core. And that's going to contribute to its ability to make magnetic flux because, you more windings, more core, more magnetic flux. But then I think what you're getting at is that you've got that surface, the outer surface of the cylinder, where the stator is interacting with the magnets. I think you're saying that that seems like it's more important. Chris,
so
go ahead.
I wanted to jump in on that because that's a really common, I think, a common thing that people have talked about when they've watched my video is, well, what about the volume of the bearing and the volume of the shaft? And it's really subtle, the difference, but my analysis is not the volume of the stator. It's actually the outside curved surface of the motor multiplied by its radius. Now that turns out to be 2 pi r squared. But it's not actually the volume of the copper windings or the volume of the bearing and the shaft. It's actually it's about the outer surface, which gives you the force multiplied by the radius. If you force times radius gives you the torque. So in terms of what's inside, that's actually a separate consideration. So in terms of like the amount of copper and stuff, the more copper you can fit into a motor, the better it's going to perform, all else being equal.
So Chris, I think what you're saying, and this goes back to some of the comments that are in the chat, people talking about how you can't talk about torque without talking about the length of the lever arm. And when you talk about the length of the lever arm for a motor, it's the diameter of the motor. Therefore, it seems obvious that the diameter of the motor has to be related to the torque the motor produces. And what you show in your video is that when you take the torque formula and you take the formula for magnetic force, the terms actually just by coincidence rearrange themselves so that the resulting formula is the volume of the motor. Is that right?
I don't think it's by coincidence, right? It's actually a function of the way the physics works. And it's, if you think about it logically, it's actually expected because you're talking about the amount of force and the lever arm, right? So when you're looking at the way force is created through magnetism, there are factors that are actually the same, so they cancel each other out. So like it's actually a byproduct of the physics involved. It's not a coincidence. It's actually the way, just the way it works.
Right. Mathematical formulas always describe physical, and when the math just randomly works out a certain way, it's because the physics work out that way.
That's right. There's something deeper at work there, isn't there?
It's important to point out, though, that that when we say that the torque a motor produces is proportional to its volume, that takes into account the fact that torque is related to the lever arm length. It just there's the volume is there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, Chris, you said you made the argument, and this was the sort of controversial bomb you dropped in a sense that made me want to get all you guys in the same room and just make you argue with each other. But probably not going to argue. But you said that a 3-to-1 ratio of diameter to height, assuming you don't need a thinner motor, like for example, if you have a 360 cam where you need it to fit within the seam line, assuming there's no physical constraints on the size of the motor, you argued that a 3-to-1 ratio of diameter to height, like for example a 2207, 3 times 7 is 21. That's you said that was the ideal size for a motor, and all other sizes of motors were a lie and a sham. No, you didn't go that far. Tell us more about that argument, and then I want to get into that.
So the first thing is that 3-to-1 ratio that I sort of said was for a typical, relatively lightweight 5-inch freestyle quad. So that's the first thing. And the way that I got there was by thinking, well, one of the key issues that motors have is they generate a lot of heat because there's wasted energy in the windings, and you need to get rid of that heat because if the motor heats up, its performance will drop because the copper gets more resistive. It just dissipates more energy.
The magnets lose magnetic flux when they heat up.
Yeah, absolutely. And so given what we've talked about and the moment of inertia effect, you want the tallest motor possible that doesn't overheat. That's what you want.
You just introduced a new concept, at least to this talk, the moment of inertia effect. Briefly, for people who didn't watch your video, talk about that.
Sure. So one of the key requirements we have for our motors is to change the rotational velocity of the prop. And in addition to the torque, the other factor that's important there is the moment of inertia of the system. And a wide motor bell that's the same mass as a tall motor bell will have much more moment of inertia. And so that torque of the motor, more of that torque is being used to try and accelerate the motor bell, less is left over to accelerate the prop. and the result is a slower rate of change of RPMs, which is
and all else
bad.
being equal, it's basically acting like a flywheel.
Exactly. Exactly like a flywheel.
I think it's worth pointing out something, and I've kind of talked about this before in the past, but it's been a while. So when you're looking at the weight, though, there's an interesting thing you need to think about in terms of productive versus non-productive mass, right? Mm-hmm. So some mass actually contributes to increasing the torque of the motor. So if the contribution of that mass is greater than the moment of inertia that mass creates, then you're still getting a gain in torque.
Ryan, dive into that a little deeper. When you say some mass contributes to changing the inertia of the motor, what do you mean?
Changing the torque of the motor. So, and this goes back to Bob's earlier question, which I think is, this kind of all ties together, right? When we start thinking about the role that the magnets have, because if you add magnetic mass, that magnetic mass increases the flux that magnet is able to produce in the coils, right? So that increases the torque. So if you're adding magnetic mass to the bell, that's increasing the moment of inertia of the bell, but depending on where that mass is sitting and how much of a magnetic field increase it's creating, it's fairly likely that, it's at least contributing to the torque that the motor is producing, which may, depending on where it sits, offset the increase in the moment of inertia in the bell, or may not, depending on a lot of factors. And this is a really interesting discussion, because early testing that I did on 2205 size stators showed that anything above 1.8 millimeters of thickness in the magnet was actually contributing more towards the moment of inertia than it was towards torque production. Now,
so for the purposes of kind of, because trying to simplify it down, if you've got the two bells that are the same, the same mass, the wider one is gonna have more moment of inertia and therefore be slower to accelerate than the narrow one. So then the question is, but as you said, if you're adding mass to both bells, the extra mass you add to the wider one is going to hurt you more than if you add it to the narrow one.
Are you ordering Chinese food?
I want to give Bob a chance to weigh in here.
Oh, really?
Bob, I think you were going to say something about I think you've said stuff in the past about the shape of the magnets and how that contributes to the motor performance. Do you have anything to contribute here?
Yeah, so no doubt. So going taller will get you more power than wider. However, heat and everything mixed into it, it's arguable, and there's a balance point somewhere. And in the 5-inch motor size, we're still talking about very small motors. Everything changes once you pass 7 inches. Like, everything changes. And once you go below about 3 inches, everything changes again. So we're talking about a very narrow subset of motors. On top of that, if you look at, so if you have a paperclip and you bring a magnet close to the paperclip is attracted to the magnet because the magnet is rearranging all the electrons in that paperclip and creating a flux, turning the paperclip into a magnet to attract it to the magnet. So that's called reluctance force. If you take a magnet and then, if you take an electromagnet and put it next to the paperclip, the stronger the electromagnet, the more attractive the force will be. But if you take a magnet and put it next to that electromagnet, how much force can that electromagnet generate before the magnet starts acting like a paperclip? So at some point, the magnetic field of that permanent magnet will no longer matter. And the force of the electromagnet is so strong that it's overcoming the magnetic field of the permanent magnet and turning it into a stronger magnet than it ever was. Now, the trouble is that once you put this into a motor, you've got all these magnets spinning around. And even though the magnets are positive, negative, the poles are flipped, if you surpass the flux from the magnet, you're going to start inducing a magnetic field into the magnets next door. And so you can never actually overcome the flux that's being given off from the permanent magnet. So in essence, the magnets are the most important thing of the motor, and you can always generate more magnetic field from the stator core.
Sure. But
for the most
part, all of those things are absolutely correct, but they don't change what the original question was about, which was that all else being equal, making the motor wider gives it more moment of inertia, and therefore it's slower to accelerate.
So Chris, your argument, Chris, would be that if heating was not an issue, the need to push air through the core to cool it down and prevent degradation of performance, then the tallest, narrowest motor would give you the best response time due to moment of inertia. And that would you argue, Chris, that the main reason we flatten motors is cooling?
I would say that that's a really important consideration. So for a freestyle motor where you're mostly low in the throttle and then occasionally you want that maximum power for a dynamic move, then that 3-to-1 ratio starts to make a lot of sense. If, however, you're looking at a different application, like maybe you've got a Cinewoop where you're sitting always much higher in the throttle because you've got much less thrust to weight ratio, you then need to worry about that motor getting too hot. And that's where going wider to improve the cooling and putting, maybe fins on the bell like the Carrera TOA motor has, the TOA turbine, doing things like that might be what you need to do in order to keep that motor cool. But you don't just want to go wider than you need to. So you go as wide as you need to keep that motor cool and no wider.
Well, let me go over to Bob on this one, because Chris, I think there were people in your comment section. I'm not blaming you for this, but there were people in your comment section who said, finally, someone bringing some actual theory to this, which is true. You totally are bringing your knowledge is. By the way, I said I would give you a chance to say what's your actual field. What's your title or your degree? What do you do?
Sure. Yeah, I'm an aerothermal engineer by training. So my course was basically in everything you need to know to design a jet engine. That's how I like to explain it to people. So it's fluid dynamics and thermodynamics and combustion dynamics and turbo machinery and all of that fun stuff. When I finished my course, I went and worked for an engineering consultancy for many years, and there I helped clients all over the world bring all sorts of new products and technologies into the market. Most of my clients are actually on the US West Coast, so that's why it's kind of interesting that I end up talking with you guys in the US. And now I work for a startup in Cambridge here in the UK. That startup is making really tiny. It's the world's smallest mass flow sensor. So again, it's complex thermodynamics and fluid dynamics, but on a sub-millimeter scale.
Yeah, and I said recently, finally, someone, our hobby has managed to just catch someone in the net who has this background to start sort of, giving more information. So I'm really happy that you're in the discussion. But I was saying, there are people in your comments who said, finally, someone with a real theoretical background and all this sort of bro science can get thrown out. And Bob, I feel like they were talking about you, and I felt like that was unfair, because
I don't
Bob,
think it's unfair.
You're being humble, and I give you credit for that. Hang on, let me compliment you, and then I'll let you go. Your background, your training is as a dentist, true, but you have so much experience trying different things, probably more than just about anybody in the field. Not to insult anybody else, and I feel like when you say, I tried 19 different motors, I flew 27 packs on each of them, and I like this one the best, you're not just talking out your butt. And you tend towards wider, flatter motors. Your 5-inch motor, I think it's approximately a 4-to-1 ratio of diameter to height, and your 1303 motors, so you tend more towards a 4 or 5-to-1 ratio. And I know you've tried motors with a 3-to-1 ratio and probably a 2-to-1 ratio. I'd like to hear from you what drove you towards those wider, flatter motors.
Yeah, so give me like a couple minutes here. So
take your time.
I actually didn't like wider motors. I preferred taller motors. The difference is that when you change the kV, change the magnets, and things start moving around, it changes the way the motor performs. So I actually majorly preferred the 2208 over anything else. However, when you start looking at the wider, flatter motors, you can actually pack arguably more performance into a lower weight package. and you can get a performance curve that is a little different than any other taller motor. So these wider, flatter motors, you get better cooling, sure. But the thing that I primarily feel is that, first of all these motors are fast enough to give you fantastic flight control. Unless the motor is just drastically too small for the prop or the quad that you're flying, it's going to perform similarly. That's why the cheapest motor and the most expensive motor are performing very, very similar. The difference is that as the motor rotates, as the motor spins, what's really shocking is that the wider motor up at the high RPM range will give you more top end than even a similar volume taller motor or a higher volume taller motor. And that's the part that really gets me. And these wider motors, they tend to give you a throttle curve and a throttle feel that is just way more fluid in the range that me as a human needs or wants. So you felt it also. It's not something that you feel immediately. It's a little bit subconscious, but then when you start working with it, you realize, oh wait, this is way more controlled, way easier. And Chris is going to say, he's absolutely correct in saying that we should be running the objectively best motor that we can find and then doing the rest in software. That's just not quite the same.
In terms of the throttle curve, Chris made the argument that if you want a throttle curve or something, you should not be doing that with the design of the motor. You should get an ideal response from the motor, the fastest responding motor you can, and then do all your feel or curve.
Hold on, give me one more minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
So with these wider motors, there are a bunch of issues to deal with, and I've worked those out. And clearly, with the most recent motor, the manufacturers have screwed up, and they didn't really respect the wishes that I had of the final product, and they switched everything up for the final product. With these wider motors, you can actually reach a point where you've optimized all the numbers, the KV, with the magnets, with the stator, with everything. With the taller motors, you reach a point where the motor can keep going if it didn't heat up, if it had magnet, if it had all this other stuff. But these wider motors, you don't really get as much heat if everything is tuned correctly. And you can tune the magnet thickness really nicely, and you can actually reach the KV point to optimize everything about the motor. So it's really more of, you can optimize a specific size motor easier if all the other stuff is taken care of. Whereas taller, bigger magnet, everything, it's better, but it's more difficult to get to the point where, okay, now your heat's okay. Now your KV, is it enough? Now your magnets, are they good? Do you need thicker? We don't know. So it's more of a matter of like the ingredients that you use are more manageable than just having all the ingredients available to you.
And it's easy. It really brings up the point you made about your 5-inch motors and the problems you had. For those of you who may not know, Bob, you got this 5-inch motor that you designed, and it's supposed to be really, really amazing. I've flown it. I do think it has some unique flight characteristics, which is saying a lot, because most motors, I fly them and I go, yeah, it feels like a motor. I don't really care.
Right.
But then you sent them to manufacturing, and they made some slight changes that they probably didn't think it was going to matter. They were probably trying to save a little money, and now the motors are desyncing. And the ability to sort of tweak and design a motor to get the characteristics you want through actual manufacturing, I think that's the point you might be making, is that these motors are easier to make them fly the way you want. Ryan, as someone who's tested a lot of motors that have been manufactured, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to disagree with one thing Bob said in particular. He said that the wider motors will give you more top end. And in all of my testing, 300 plus motors, I have never seen that to be true, not once.
Yeah.
So like that's in terms of RPMs, like you're going to hit higher RPMs with a taller motor, period. Like the wider motors have a flatter curve. Like they hit higher RPMs first and then they taper off as you get to the top compared to a taller motor. Like universally, that is true. Now, you might make the argument that difference is much less in an unloaded, non-static environment.
Right, because all your testing is done on the bench.
But it's never going to be the other way around. Like you're never going to get more RPMs out of a wider motor unless it's actually more stator volume or has stronger magnets or a smaller air gap.
Why is that, Ryan?
All the other factors that go with that. But
if Chris is, sorry, Ryan, I'm going to interrupt you. If Chris's claim is that the volume of the motor controls the torque, end of story, then why does a taller motor give you more RPM at the top end?
Well, I don't think Chris said that. I don't think he ever said that was end of story. I think he said that was just an easily quantifiable way of.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
So what, there are certainly plenty of other factors that you can change that have a big impact on the torque of the motor. It's just those, and as I mentioned earlier in our discussion, those factors are all in a small enough margin of variation that they don't play typically significant factors in the overall variance, right? And they're not something that you can look at a motor's label and tell from reading the label, right? They don't publish what the air gap is between the stator. They don't publish how thick the magnets are. They don't publish, a lot of these factors that have an impact on torque. So they're not something you can ever know. And even then, as Bob knows, those may change between batches. Like you may have a batch with 1.8 millimeter magnets and the next batch may have 1.6 millimeter magnets. Like
awful.
These are just things that you can't really easily quantify in a motor. Now, if you are doing what Bob does and specifying very specific things from the factory in sample runs, you're going to be able to control those variables. And so things like the air gap between the magnets and the stator, the thickness of the magnets, the rating of the magnets, which we can talk about as well being like the N52H magnet that everybody runs is completely bogus, but like the actual rating of the magnets doesn't really matter. What matters is the relative strength between the magnets, right? So if you have one that's relatively stronger than the other, and that's what you're getting by reading that label, right? If somebody says N52H, it means they're using a relatively high field strength magnet. Whether it's actually N52H rating or N55SH, which doesn't actually exist, or that doesn't matter as much. What matters is the relative strength rating. But the point is that all of those factors play a role in the torque production. So the only way you're going to get high RPMs, and it's really important to understand how the physics works, and Chris can chip in more on this. This is his wheelhouse, but the faster you go, the more torque load on the motor you're going to get. So the higher the RPMs go, the more the torque matters. Because you're going to be able to push higher and higher RPMs, the more torque that motor has, assuming everything else is constant, like your prop pitch, the specific prop, and assuming the prop isn't deforming and flattening out, and the material isn't flattening out. But
is it okay if I jump in and pick up something that I thought was really interesting? So the air gap thing you mentioned is another important consideration. How much that air gap changes as the motor changes RPMs. I mean, if the reason we outrun our motors is because we can have a super tight air gap, and then as the motor spins faster, the gap gets wider. So that can matter too. I mean, something that I've considered is how much does that air gap change between 0 RPM and 100% full throttle. You'd expect for a wider motor, you might expect that air gap to open a bit more. And I don't know what effect that would have, but it's something to consider, I guess.
And that's going to depend a lot on the modulus of the material being used in the bell and how much material is used in the bell, and the specific design of the bell is going to have a big impact on that. And that's why, I think like when those Emax RS2205 motors first came out, they blew our minds, right? Because there was nothing like that had ever existed. Their air gap was insanely tight. They were using higher strength magnets than we had ever seen before. And based on my testing, I do believe those were actually one of the few motors that actually used N52 magnets, because they actually tended to demagnetize under high temperature, which is a common problem under the higher rated magnets. So but those things were bonkers. And I think because of their bell design being that complete unibody top bell with the forced air, cooling, had very little flex, and they were 2205s, right? So that air gap was tiny, and it stayed very consistent under high RPM. So that was the first motor I'd ever seen that could put out like 1,200 grams of thrust. Like, it just blew my mind on a 5-inch prop. So like now, obviously that seems tiny, right? But if you think about from a 2205 motor, the closest thing up until that point was the Cobras that were 2204, actually 2205.
Right, I remember that.
They were putting out 900 a kilogram of thrust, and we thought they were super powerful. So like jumping up by 300 grams on a new release was quite remarkable. But yeah, I think all of those things obviously play a role.
I also wanted to talk a little bit about feel, because I think feel is something that's super important to people when they choose motors and props and the combination of them. And a lot of people have talked about, pilots sometimes say that, a 2306 motor versus a 2207 has more low-end resolution and more low-end feel.
Yep.
And I think that can often come about because a 2306 is actually about 6 or 7% smaller than a 2207. And if you think about, when you're moving the stick, if you move the stick the same amount, but you get 6 or 7% less change in thrust, that feels like more resolution. That is more resolution. So if you pick a tall, big motor like a 2208, or even I know Joshua, you favor a 2408, that you might lose some of that resolution, because even a small movement of the sticks is a much bigger change in thrust output. And I think that to kind of fix that, or to address that, people should really be considering using throttle expo, even throttle limits. Racers use throttle limits a lot, right, to give them that resolution and control. So that could be something that I think more of us should be doing.
See, I'm going to disagree with that to a certain extent, and I'll tell you why. Because when you fix it in the flight controller, when you fix it in the radio, there's still a fixed number of steps that the flight controller can send to the ESC in order to make changes in the throttle. So by putting a throttle cap on there, you're actually reducing resolution significantly between the flight controller and the ESC, because it only has 2048 steps. So you're reducing the number of steps that can be sent. And then you have, I think, a good way of thinking about the effective resolution of a particular motor design, a lower torque motor, or something like that, or even if you just reduce KV, which I think is actually the best solution, which we'll get there. So you have to think of it in terms of PWM duty cycle, the amount of steps that duty cycle is broken into, and how much thrust is changed per step, effective throttle step. So there's a couple of factors when it comes to resolution there. So you can get some of that low throttle resolution back on a more powerful motor by simply dropping KV. So that's going to be, in my mind, that's going to be the most effective way of getting high response rates, but increasing you still maintain that high torque, but you're decreasing the KV, which is effectively changing the throttle resolution at the ESC.
I mean, that's a really interesting question. I would be interested to ask sort of people how much resolution they think they have in their fingertips, because I know as a pilot, I don't have 2048 steps.
But it doesn't just change at your fingertips, right? It changes.
Bob wants to jump in.
Yeah, Bob, what do you got?
So 24 2048 steps is ridiculous. Chris is right. There's no human that could tell the difference between that. What you're doing by reducing your throttle limit, and particularly the percentage output of the controller. So if the flight controller wants, it can go farther than whatever your fingers are doing.
Right.
So what I found is that you can take a motor that has more KV on it, which will arguably produce more torque and thrust and more ability for whatever the flight controller wants to do with it. And if you limit your throttle down just 10-15%, you can hit max throttle. And, well, first of all, the spread of that entire control is spread across your throttle stick. Like it's a wider spread on the stick, as in you can't reach the top end. But if you're maxed out on a quad versus accelerating on a quad, the amp draw at max is way less than an acceleration. So once you reach max throttle on your stick, the quad is still accelerating. So you now have access to pretty much the same top end, but it just takes longer to get there, and your throttle stick, it does less when you move the stick. So you now
I think that's the key, right? Which is that you can be more precise, because the same movement of the stick is a smaller change in thrust. And that you can also achieve that with expo as well, which is if you don't want to limit yourself and you do want to use all the power, a bit of expo might be the way to go. And I think, we're very familiar with Expo, with our rates, with our sticks. It seems natural that we could use the same approach with throttle to get more fine resolution down at the low end.
I am going to disagree with Bob on the fact that 2048 is not feelable, and I have had some very, very good conversations with some of the world's best freestyle pilots to the point where 2048 is actually not even enough. And the fact that they can feel effective throttle
can
resolution.
They though? Can Ryan? I'm gonna call you though. I mean, can they call? Because people in Chris's chat were saying, oh, bro science, you think you can feel the difference, you're not really being scientific. Are you being scientific? I mean, let me finish. Or did they just say, I think I need more resolution?
No, this is the pilot that I've had the most discussions with is Damien Gans, Blackbird FPV. I've had a lot of really detailed discussions with him about how the different settings that we do impact flight feel. And he's a little bit far off the deep end, and you have to kind of filter what he says through some additional understanding. But I will say that in a blind test, he can tell the difference between an ESC that is running like D-Shot 2400 versus D-Shot 1200. And I struggled for a really long time to understand why he could feel the difference. And he can do it every time, 100% of the time. He can feel the difference. And even if he doesn't know, you do the test, you check the settings, he nails it. He can feel the difference. So I mean, in a double blind, fully blind test, he can feel the difference. But
hang on one second.
The difference is that
go ahead, Ryan.
The reason why he can feel the difference is because of dithering, right? So it's increasing the effective throttle resolution of the ESC. So you're getting, because of the way it's sending the command to the ESC, you're basically, like, the motor can't respond any faster. It has nothing to do with motor response. What it has to do with is the dithering in the throttle signal between the flight controller and the ESC, and increasing the effective resolution of the steps in the throttle. And that's what he's feeling. And it took me a while to come to that. So that tells me that there are at least some pilots out there who can feel the difference in throttle resolution at a very, very fine detail.
Bob, go ahead. You wanted to jump into something.
So first of all, I'm a dentist. So 1/10 of a millimeter to me is actually a lot. If your throttle stick moves 4 centimeters, which is a lot for a throttle stick, that is 0.0019 centimeters. So you're telling me somebody
on the length of your sticks too.
Well, let's say the stick is 10 centimeters of movement, which no stick in the world will ever be. 10 centimeters. 10, 1,000.
You're talking about from zero throttle to full throttle. The sort of length of the throttle.
It's like you're talking about movements that are less than 1/10 of a millimeter, which I can actually feel as a dentist working in the mouth, but it's not the same as flying on a thing.
Well, I do want to say that I think there's truth on both sides. How many people out there are flying with a ratcheted throttle right now? Because they didn't know there was an option to have a smooth throttle. If you have a ratcheted throttle, you have about, I don't know, like 100, 150 steps of resolution maybe, and you can still fly a quad with a ratcheted throttle. You could do it. Obviously, smooth is better. So
and I also think that it's important to note that throttle resolution doesn't just impact you controlling the throttle. It also impacts how the PID controller controls the throttle.
Well, not if you just reduce the throttle output.
Yeah, right. It doesn't change it if the if you don't
we're talking
limit
about
it in
throttle versus motor output resolution.
Right. And I'm talking specifically about the resolution of the throttle between the flight controller and the ESC.
Trying to
that's specifically what I'm talking about.
That doesn't change.
Receiver.
It does if you're dithering. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but if you're just reducing the throttle, the maximum control throttle, it's not going to change anything between the flight controller and the ESC.
Yeah, it's actually another advantage is that you know if you want to feel where you don't have too much power, you want something that's super smooth, but you still want to give the flight controller all of the responsiveness and control that you can possibly give it to stabilize the quad against wind or turbulence or whatever, then a throttle limit is a way you can kind of try and get a bit of the best of both worlds, where you have really gentle throttle response, But the flight controller has all the juice in the world to keep you stable.
Let me throw out a scenario here. We've talked about control and resolution, and that a lot of what people think of as throttle curve in a motor might actually just be a difference in torque production. Let's think about 3 ways that we could reduce or increase the response and torque of a motor. One would be to use a larger motor. A motor with more volume will make more torque. One would be to use a motor of the same volume but a higher kV. It will make more RPM.
Per step.
And one would be to use a throttle curve in your controller or something to simply change the output that you're commanding from the motor.
Like thrust linear.
What are the differences going to be between those 3 scenarios from the pilot's perspective? Who wants to dive in first?
Well, I would say that any software change that you make, so thrust linear, that sort of thing, is not fundamentally increasing or the ability of that motor to control the prop. You might be telling the motor, pushing the motor to accelerate, telling it go faster, and it's just going, I can't accelerate any faster because this is just the maximum mechanical torque that I've got. So that's probably not the way I would go if you're looking to improve responsiveness and you believe that the motor is the limit. In terms of bigger volume motor, obviously some trade-offs there. It's going to be heavier. And what was the third one you said, Joshua?
KV. I mean, we changed the motor RPM by changing the KV as well. So we could just go to a lower KV motor, or we could go to a smaller motor that's going to be less responsive.
So KV, again, won't change the maximum mechanical torque that the motor can create. Now, the question there is, are you interested in low throttle responsiveness or high throttle responsiveness? I would say typically in freestyle, we most care about low throttle responsiveness because it's at low throttle that we have some of the worst inlet conditions on our quads. We're like falling through the air, the air's going backwards through the prop. It's like the worst possible inflow conditions.
We're actually getting rid of that screw.
That low throttle responsiveness, you might actually see a small improvement with lower KV because of a reason called joule losses. When we think of our system, quadcopter, we've got the battery, we've got the ESC, we've got the motor. A high KV motor can make the same torque as a low KV motor, but it needs a lot more current to do it. Now, in an ideal world, that motor can draw the extra current that it needs. But when it draws that extra current, you get more losses in the battery, you get more losses in the ESC, in the cables. And so what that means is that a high KV motor can actually be making less torque at low RPMs than a low KV motor because of the voltage drop in the battery and the ESC and the cables. And so if you really want low throttle responsiveness as a pilot, like a freestyle pilot, I would say, don't overdo the KV. Make sure that you keep your KV moderate. Going very high on the KV, you might actually reduce the maximum torque that the motor can make at low throttle.
Bob, I saw you nodding along when Chris said that if you want low throttle responsiveness, use lower KV. What were you thinking?
Well, yeah. So a lot of people ask, can I take a 2400 kV motor, limit the throttle, and run it on 6S? And yeah, you can, but it feels very different. And so you want, as far as my testing has gone, you want a little bit more KV than you need, just so you can do a little bit of a throttle limit.
Oh, nobody. No.
Which is everything that I work for, like everything. And I don't know how the motor, like the size and width and all this stuff, is actually functioning on the low end. But
what's going on in the Discord here, bud?
Motors with the appropriate magnets have
Can you see the shit, bud?
And smooth feel and controllable feel on the low half.
I wonder about that. I've been thinking about that for this whole conversation, Bob. I absolutely do think that your motor, your 5-inch motor, has better low-end control than the other motors I was flying, the 2306, the 2207s.
And you haven't felt the real one.
Yo, look at this.
And I've wondered if maybe there's some
kind of
that
hodgepodge
freestyle
right now.
pilots and specifically are more aware of torque or resolution at the low end. Just because, let's say you're trying to hover or you're trying to hit a gap. If your throttle is off by a small percent, you're going to miss the gap. You're going to hit the ground. Whereas when I go to 75% throttle or 85% throttle, chances are I'm not trying to like hit a gap at that. I won't notice if I'm off by a few percent. I wonder if we're just more sensitive to changes in resolution and torque at low or mid throttle, because that's where we care most about the precision.
This receiver.
Freestyle pilots, we put our quads in the absolute worst aerodynamic conditions that you could ever think of. You know, we hurl the thing backwards at high speed through its own prop wash. And we're like, no, the video has to be perfectly stable. It cannot move an inch. It has to be smooth. And in that situation, we're asking a lot of the flight controller to keep everything stable in horrible conditions, horrible inflow conditions. And so, I mean, Bob's motor will have a lot of low-end control because I understand it's a really big motor. It's a huge motor, right, for a 5-inch prop. Massive.
No, it's not that big.
Isn't it?
Well,
Isn't
Bob,
it like
you've resisted giving out the exact dimensions to help keep people from cloning it.
Yeah.
It's
Does it
bigger
have
than
more volume than a 2208 or a 2207?
No, it has less volume than a 2208.
Okay, less than a 2207.
Yeah,
but more than a somewhat.
2207.
Okay,
it's around 2207.
It's in the ballpark stator volume wise to a 2207.5. Like that's roughly where the stator volume is.
So that's a really pretty big motor. So we would expect that motor to have really good low throttle control because it's got bags of torque.
Oh man, I didn't mean to pinch wires.
You're dealing with a bunch of different factors here. So you have the torque, but then you also have the moment of inertia of the bell of the prop or the bell of the motor, which is changing the relationship to how it accelerates, how it decelerates.
Right.
You've got the relationship between the specific, magnet thickness and magnet dimensions and the lever arm and all of that stuff playing together. So, I mean, I absolutely think that messing with all those variables is going to
you're on
your shape of the throttle curve.
You're home, eh?
The way
Big dog.
the way it accelerates the prop. And
you
when
in the
you're
Discord?
about smoothness,
I can't even see.
Smoothness is exactly the opposite of torque, right? Like torque, lots of torque means not smooth because it's changing things very, very quickly. So
that's why for a while freestyle pilots would use N48 magnets. They don't anymore, and the weaker magnets were smoother.
They say they don't anymore, but you have to remember that magnet ratings listed on these things are not reality.
Fair enough.
So I can tell you for a fact that a lot of the popular freestyle motors are still using N48 and N50 magnets.
All right, I got to pause this here for a minute. We've been going for about an hour. I got a bunch of super chats I'm going to read. And then I'm going to address Huff19's comment about Zing cloning Bob's motor. But let me get these super chats. Thank you guys for being patient. Obviously, this is such a great conversation. I didn't want to interrupt it every time there was a super chat.
Holy buddy, this is getting frustrating.
Thanks for 10 Norwegian kroner.
Holy moly.
James Hu, thank you for £5. He says, Bob, please stock crest strips. We can't get them over here. Can't get crest strips outside the USA. They think if you stock them, I don't know. Thank you for a super chat, James. James is RC Ritter FPV, thanks for a $20 super chat. Thanks for everything you guys do for the hobby. Crap, kids are home. Sorry for the ramblings. Disco Volante, thanks for €10.99. Just great talk, thank you. Todd Tube, thanks for $5. My head just exploded. King Sloth, thanks for 50 Norwegian kroner. Pro tip, decreasing KV. Listen up, guys. Decreasing KV also significantly increases efficiency or thrust. We'll see if you guys think that's true in just a minute.
I don't know.
Aber the Ham, thanks for $5. I think Chris is looking into this. So feel free to leave this can of worms. Feel free to leave this can of worms closed, but motor notchiness doesn't make the quad more difficult.
I fucking just remember I wanted to see it.
We'll get those in just a second. Huff19 says, too late, Zing cloned Bob's motor. Zing does have a motor similar in size, the Zing 2 2806, I think. However, it's not in the same KV. Bob, I asked you, I said, hey, did Zing clone your motor? And you said, the KV's going to make a difference. So I don't know if
Hey.
you want to mention that.
Well, I figured you're doing that, so trying to do some training. I'm gonna be doing training right now, so.
Oh,
Figured while you're building that, I'll be able to do training. So.
Improved.
I've got you pulled up on my other screen here, though. I'll be able to watch you.
You're not
you don't even love me
get
anymore.
an accurate NSX.
Oh, dude, you should see. Last night I got some clips of fucking being in admin mode, watching these people fight. A whole van of Russians pulled up on a solo dude in the bushes, and then a tank drives by, an enemy tank, and the guy's sitting there, almost gets run over by the enemy tank, and then lights this whole van up, and the van's confused as fuck as to where that came from, dude, and the guy just killed them all.
Even though the cheapest one and the most
pretty sick.
expensive one will ultimately
I figured out how to shoot lightning bolts, and the guy was like, "Yeah, dude, you can just shoot your friends with lightning bolts. So as long as you know the crowd, he's not gonna get mad about it." I was like, "I don't give a fuck if he does get mad. I'm gonna shoot him with lightning bolt in the middle of a fight, you know?" Yeah.
Not all of them are appropriately tailored. A lot of them are
just letting you know now. So when you start dying from lightning bolts, because I said, "Fuck you, buddy."
Go step out of line. Okay, give me 2 seconds.
Driving the. Yo, we're gonna be driving the car. All of us. Yes.
How long are you going to be?
It's still not going to be the same motor because of all the factors that
What do you mean?
go into it.
No, I'm
training?
asking, like, how long is your training?
Oh, go ahead,
All
Bob.
that being said,
I either do my test today and I'm done, or I have one more day today. I'm not sure.
I don't know if they
Do your
copied. I don't know if
test,
they got
do
there.
we?
They copied all my other motors.
Well, it's not up to me.
As has T-Motor and
fair enough.
other companies. But
I just ordered our dinner.
I mean,
We're going to eat and watch something, and then we'll probably play after that, but I don't know how long it'll be.
so much.
Yeah, no worries.
Everybody-
I'm just getting the training out of the way
Everybody
so that
in
way
the
it could
world
be
has
on.
the right to say
Fair, fair.
you could copy the size of my
Sounds like
motor
a
and the
plan.
Yeah, because last night when I wanted to get off, I was all fucking drunk as shit. Like, let's get training. I was like,
of this motor to my specifications.
Yeah,
I think
so I
anybody in the
waiting
world who's
until like
earned the right to
midnight,
make that
just
claim
sitting
is
here just
probably you,
fuck.
Bob. I'm
This
sure your
weekend's cooler and
OEMs
not as nice,
hate
like
you
only 20 and 18, so
for how much
I
you
don't know
make
what we're
them
doing.
work.
But,
Yeah,
Anyway.
they're not that happy.
Yeah.
right? It's gonna be
Uh,
Well,
colder.
I don't know if Rick told you, but the next in June, July, I've got the weekends off. And I was saying you guys should come down to watch America here, and we shoot something.
What, sorry?
From the final
I said
this is the final
next
prototype
month, June,
from
July,
the
I have weekends off. You guys
These
should come down here and do
windings are
something.
totally different.
One of those
These
weekends when it's nice.
magnets are
Maybe June's
totally
pretty
different
fucked for
than
me
the
right now. They've
actual
got 4
bell.
dates on hold to
Even
run like
just
corporate
looking
events
on this
in.
crappy
I'd have to
camera,
go
you
to
can tell that the
Alberta to go to
magnets are
2 different cities and then 2 different cities
like,
in
they're
BC
clearly
also.
not the same damn thing.
So they've
Damn.
got like
What
4
did you
dates on
think
hold for
that was
that,
gonna
and then
happen?
maybe
Like,
July.
and the
Like I don't
windings
know.
on the
I just have
final
to wait and
motor
see
are
how it
totally
all
different than these
crumbles.
windings. Like the quality of the
Yeah,
material
no, I was
is
just thinking it'd be
huge.
close up to the border. We'd go to fucking watch some sprint car races for the weekend.
I've
Yeah,
had
I'd
that
say.
similar issue in
And go up there and go
the day
camp
job,
there and watch races.
Well, we have the
where
truck tent
you
too,
have
so
an
we
A
can
and a B
camp
team,
anywhere in the truck.
and when you're doing the
Oh,
R&D,
yeah, that's
you've got
true,
the
yeah.
A team, and then when
Like
it
I don't
comes
even
to
need
Yeah,
any
no.
thought, just the
it
truck.
gets handed over, and it's no longer the R&D
Yeah,
guys.
go.
or
My
they
buddy will
get
be
stuck.
racing, so we
It's
go watch him in
the
his race
production
cars
guys.
if he's
And
gonna be
sometimes
racing. I don't know. His grandpa's sick,
sometimes
so.
there are
But anyways, yeah, the
sometimes
racing's
it
fucking
gets
sick.
better, but
That's sick.
often it also gets worse.
But
Let's,
yeah, I was saying
let's
something
talk
too
this
about
super
that.
chat from Aber the Ham, digging into the relation. No, sorry, from King
He said,
Slot.
"Well, he said,
Digging into
hopefully
the
we're fucking
relationship
moved by
between
then." But I was like,
energy
"Well, I don't care if you moved or
and
not. You come down here for a
efficiency. We
weekend
haven't talked
still."
about efficiency a lot.
Yeah, but if we move, we're really far from the
What
border.
happens to efficiency?
That's
as
why you
things
come for the
change?
weekend.
Well, I mean, if you
No,
reduce
but it's
KV,
still really far.
The current
That's all right, you know.
for the
That's the
torque
only
that you need to
negative.
make goes down.
You'd have
But
to like.
it's not like you're driving to a shitty place. You're driving to America.
And
I like America.
heating and
You
the batteries.
could
That's what I'm saying.
heat us
See?
tells about
you do
Soyuz
get,
in the USA.
you know, modest improvement.
What the
in
fuck?
efficiency from reducing KV.
Soyuz.
And I would say, you know, that's
I don't speak
important
Canadian,
to
bud.
remember, but it's also important to remember.
Where the fuck is that? Where the fuck is that? That's a
machine.
cool, weird sounding name.
Orville,
actually, a
Orville,
lot of the
and
decisions
Loomis,
that
and
we make about
Tonkaset.
freestyle quads, particularly
Oh, soy so? Oh, way the fuck over there?
Oh, Soyuz, yeah.
Soy sauce, dude? What the fuck?
A lot of efficiency in our designs in order to achieve other
Orville,
benefits
dude,
that
you know
we
how
think are more
tiny
important,
and decrepit
like
this town
responsiveness
is?
and control.
Probably really
But
tiny
if
and
you're
decrepit.
in, you know, really
I don't know.
after like a
I think I've
long-range
driven through it
cruiser,
before, but it looks
They have
tiny and decrepit.
really need
instead of
every
Noggin,
little
it's
bit of
N-O-G-A
efficiency.
and
And
Okonogin.
perhaps you're also running off
I mean, it's actually kind of a
battery where
decently
you
little
have to
big
keep the current
town,
down.
it looks like.
You have to.
Fungi Farms.
Definitely the way to go to achieve that.
Definitely a cool place.
Mistake when they
No, I did
efficiency is
somewhere right around
when
this
engineers
area.
talk about
No, I think it was a little bit
efficiency,
more
they mean
north or no more
thrust per watt of power.
Anyways, I used to do forest
pilots and just regular.
No, I meant east. I used to do forest land forest firefighting, forest land.
You can have
wow.
just a weaker motor.
Wildland firefighting. Yeah, there we go. I used to do wildland firefighting. And I was over in this area a couple years ago on a big fire for like 2 months. I was there.
Efficient in terms of grams per watt, though. Although it may. What about?
It was cool. It's cool.
Ryan.
Yeah. So,
Ryan. And what about notchiness? Or do you want to weigh in on that last one?
Yeah, the notchiness is actually something called cogging torque, and it has to do with the relationship between the stators and the spacing of the stator arms and the spacing of the magnets to each other. And someone else had actually.
All right. Well, I'm gonna
about the notched magnets.
Jump over to this other voice chat and wait for these fucking dickheads to get in the gang so I can do this, get this over with.
An attempt to minimize cogging torque. However, based on what I have seen, it's
actually
not in the right place and it's not designed in the right way to actually effectively reduce cogging torque. So I'm.
At least they're trying.
Yeah,
at least they're
trying. Just wait for him to join, then I'll join it.
I think that. I mean, I haven't seen the FEA analysis of that, so it's possible that there's a I haven't seen the analysis, but based on my initial look at it, I don't think it's in the right place. But
where's the notch?
It's right dead center in the magnet, like right through the dead center of the magnet. Like
as in it's a slot, like it's a
slot. Yeah.
Like
typically they would be offset in order to, and it would have to be offset in a very particular way in relation to the specific spacing of the stator arms, so that as it's crossing the stator arm,
ups and downs like a roller coaster, chin up, chest out, tell us over. I can't I'm about on bail. These motherfuckers trying to get me.
Cogging torque can be a problem, but it's
not
fuck with the
county bully against
me. On a lot of factors.
Buddy.
From a tuning perspective in micromotors, and I really think this is a big reason why Bob's 22.
I'm gonna need this and that. Nobody 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 need the
relationship between the stator arm.
What buddy me?
The spacing of the magnets in a way that really minimizes that cogging torque.
Dude, I ate some fucking bad Taco Bell earlier. Oh, my guts hurt. That just hurt.
Impact on the actual smoothness of how that motor runs.
I think I'm done here.
Bigger motors.
Oh, my receiver came in, buddy.
Really coggy 2207 that flies smooth, not a problem. But
I can't lie, but I'm out on bail. The motherfuckers trying to get me.
And I've talked to Bob about some of them. We've looked at some of the ways that might be done.
You done, huh?
Is that the expense of manufacturing a motor that uses the techniques that reduce cogging torque?
All right, now go fly it.
More expensive than the benefit you get from making it. So no manufacturer that I have ever approached with any of the techniques that reduce cogging torque has been willing to actually put in.
I guess now I need to start ordering batteries, huh?
Process, the changes in their assembly process.
Now that's all you got to do, yeah.
To actually implement.
And goggles, I guess.
So you can use skewed magnets, you can use skewed stators, you can.
Almost there, dude. I'm almost there.
That are very effective at.
AndPow.com or Ovonic batteries are on sale right now. They've got a wicked sale on fucking lipos.
And the relationship between all of this, because the peak torque is actually reduced when you use a lot of these techniques. So they look at this and they say,
the lipo's that new battery you're talking about, right?
No, lithium polymer.
Lithium. That's right.
Which can be confusing for some manufacturers. But
he's Fahrenheit.
Ciati's in the chat. Ciati is one of the proponents that Ciati flies mostly micro motors, a lot of micro. I don't know about mostly, and he's been a big proponent that Nachi motors tune harder on micros. Ciati says, "Crunk, are you listening to this?" Crunk disagrees with him. Crunk is also very experienced. Do you believe me now that Ryan is saying it? Bob, we were talking about your motors, and Ryan said he thought
I might swerve in that corner. Whoa, bitch, hold on tight, because I'm tweaking this bitch, not letting shit go. And you heard that she want to show me who she be. I'm kind of fucking with to show me some more. Bitch, we tatty headed total. Get a fucking stirb up.
Interesting about that.
Get my pocket blue. Woo. Now hang them combos up about me. That pussy don't know.
The 1608 Cinewatt motor has like 40% more volume than the 2203, but literally everything about the 2203 is better than the 1608. However, I don't think that's because of the cogging torque. I think that's a minor
Yeah, I think it's probably mostly heat issues at that point, because you're running a massive motor with no heat dissipation, and it's just like the way you run a motor on a sine whoop is completely different from the way we run them on a freestyle quad, and they're so heavy, so that motor is running constantly at like 60-70% throttle. You know, I mean, not like constantly, but it's probably spends most of its time at throttle. And I'll tell you, hundreds of bench tests that I've done.
I think
the difference between when that motor
there's a dot on my swerve in that corner. Whoa, bitch, hold on, tweaking this bitch, not letting shit go. Who she be? I'm kind of fucking with her. Show me some more. Bitch, we tatted head to total. Give a fuck a stir up.
It's the stator itself and the copper in the stator, the coils that are.
I'm just vibing over here, buddy.
That the resistance is increasing, and like it just. I mean,
sounds like
literally, you're talking
remix, baby.
Grams of thrust difference between a cold motor and a hot motor.
Well, and as it gets hotter and makes less thrust, you drive it harder, and then it gets hotter.
Now the
so
is actually voltage sag.
I'm basically done here.
So you get voltage sag in the battery, and it can't maintain the RPMs, which then eventually kind of equalizes to a point where everything balances out. And again, going back to this discussion, I think that's a really critical component.
Basically done here.
Why some of these motors work better.
Has ordered fucking Chinese food for dinner.
Reaching that equilibrium.
So
the relationship between
snack
where the
on that.
Sag kind of hits that and where the cooling and
everything. Baby.
The physical dimensions of the motor.
Because I'm tweaking this bitch, not letting shit go.
Going back to the question about cogging torque, Abraham followed up in the Discord server. He says, my thought is that magnetic cogging that you feel with the motor in the off state ceases to exist once the coils are powered up and electromagnets are driving the bell. So why is cogging still relevant even after the motor's being driven?
So that's largely true, but cogging torque is a thing still even when the motor is spinning.
All right.
But not to the same degree, right? So like the cogginess that you feel when you spin it is not going to be, you're not going to get that level of cogginess, but there is absolutely fluctuations in the torque as the motor is moving past the different phases, because you have to remember the way a brushless motor works.
Okay, hang on. I'm just trying to finish up here, babe.
Active, right? Well, you know, you have one coming on, one going off, and one active. So the ones that are kind of in the off position, you have one that's actually reading the
trying to finish up here.
Back EMF to know when.
But like, come on.
To be fired next. So as the motor is spinning in those non-active phases,
I know. I've been doing this all day.
In the torque as it's passing the stator arms. So yes, it's not the same as when you spin it fully, and it's definitely largely reduced during active spinning, especially on a motor that has a high mass bell, right, relative to the torque of the motor. So
I got fucked up 210.
The moment of the bell is going to have a big impact on how much the cogging torque actually gets back into torque fluctuations. But you can actually graph that, and you can see graphs of the torque fluctuations that show you your kind of minimum and maximum and mean values for torque, and that's where that cogging torque starts to play a role.
All right, I want to go back. We were talking previously about throttle curve and response curve.
There you go.
And I think I want to. Why is there a curve in the response of the motor? Why, in other words, why is the RPM that the motor makes not just linear?
All the stuff.
Or maybe the thrust that the motor makes, not just linear with the throttle position. Chris, let me throw this to you first, and then everybody can jump in. Physics. Oh, physics is making Ryan drop his microphone.
Drone is
built.
Go ahead,
Chris. Mic drop.
Why is there a curve at all?
Well, I mean, the relationship is.
I'm gonna hop over to the Discord.
Yeah, buddy. I gotta go eat dinner anyway.
Yep, thank you.
To turn the prop.
Yes, sir.
Affects its RPMs and the relationship between the
later, chat.
the prop generates and